things for those that were in the room yesterday for the confidential briefing. There was some confusion at the end over an exhibit, and we were able to reconcile that. The commissioners are using a set of files on an intranet rather than try to go through the notebooks. And the NCEA SEA Exhibit 6 was in three parts. The actual record is the hard copy in the book. The entire Exhibit 6 for NCSEA is a single document. That is part of the record. So when we moved potential Exhibit 6 into the record as NCEA Highly Confidential Cross to Natural Gas and Low Carbon Fuel Direct Exhibit 4, that contained the entirety of the document to which we were referring, and the confusion was caused by the internal system that we're using rather than try to be thumbing through those notebooks all day and y'all waiting on us while we fumble. So we were in good shape yesterday when we completed NCSEA's testimony. And Mr. Somolowski, we've got everything straight, so you're completely covered. So at this point, are there any issues that we need to address early on the part of Duke?
Just for commissioners' awareness, again, we have continued to work with parties on the order of witness appearances, made a few slight adjustments. We provided that updated list this morning to the commission and all parties. And so there's just wanted everyone to be aware there was one or two minor reordering of our panels, but all parties have been made aware, the commission is aware, and we're ready to roll today.
This has got the correct order?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you.
Anything from public staff or interveners?
No preliminary matters, Chair.
Okay. All right. Well, let's continue with load forecast and economic development and, natural gas and low carbon. And we are now at NC Warren.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Matthew Quinn. I am a lawyer for NC Warren. And I'm going to concentrate my questioning this morning on what I see pretty frequently called in the resource plan as clean hydrogen. Okay. So my understanding, and tell me if this understanding is right, is that Duke in this resource plan is proposing clean hydrogen to be blended into natural gas supply to all existing gas units starting in 2040. Is that right?
I believe it's 2040, and that blending is an average across all units. So that the way that's how it's modeled. That may not be the way it's actually executed. It could be blended at a higher rate on an individual unit, and in those years, and then that averages out to the blending rates we've identified.
Okay, fair enough. And then also Duke is proposing in the resource plan that clean is assuming, I should say, let me just start that question over. Duke is also assuming in the resource plan that the clean hydrogen market will be available by 2050. Is that right?
Yeah, 2050 is when we are looking in the model at using 100% hydrogen on those units. And certainly the market would be available, but I would say also that it's one of the options to decarbonize the units. So it's a surrogate for decarbonization. So those other technologies are carbon capture and sequestration, other emerging technologies or offsets. If those develop more quickly or more economically, then that plan will be able to check and adjust and pursue those options.
And Duke is also in the resource plan assuming that all new CT selected after 2044 will be capable of operating on up to 100% hydrogen.
I believe that's correct, and that aligns with the original equipment manufacturers' schedules. That we talked to GE, Mitsubishi, and Siemens. They're all planning to have 100% capable combustion turbines, 100% hydrogen capable by 2030.
Why is it that Duke is making these assumptions? And I guess, in other words, to ask maybe a little bit more clear question, what is the benefit of clean hydrogen that is influencing Duke into making these assumptions about clean hydrogen? What's it doing?
Yeah, so it's you're decarbonizing your gas-fired units.
So is it helping Duke meet its obligation to be of carbon neutrality by 2050? Is that part of
Correct.
it?
It's part of that plan. Correct.
Would you agree with me, based on these assumptions, then about clean hydrogen, that it is important for Duke to analyze and understand all the risks that may be involved with this transition to clean hydrogen?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, recognizing that clean hydrogen is an emerging fuel, and so it's being developed. I mean, so staying aware of all the advancements as well as understanding the challenges to clean hydrogen is important.
Just having a clear picture of the risks and benefits is important at this point, right?
Correct.
Especially because, I mean, this is not this build out of CTs and CCs. It's not a hypothetical thing. I mean, in Duke's near-term action plan, they're looking at, adding several units by as soon as 2033.
Yeah, and I would say it's, like I said earlier, there are other options as well that we monitor and stay on top of: carbon capture, sequestration, offsets, other emerging technologies.
Okay. What are the challenges with this transition to clean hydrogen?
So I'd say that one of the challenges is that the market has to develop, and we see clean hydrogen developing. We see progress in clean hydrogen. This market we're looking at is many years in the future, and so what you're trying to see is it moving forward, and that is what we see with demonstrations, projects, both domestically and internationally.
I think I saw some stuff in the resource plan about challenges with the production of clean hydrogen. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if I recall what in the plan what that exactly. I don't recall what exactly what that.
Well, are there challenges with clean hydrogen, with producing clean hydrogen?
I'd say the production of clean hydrogen, we can produce clean hydrogen today. It's more a function of the economics in the market. So electrolytic production of hydrogen is established. We know that can be done. We're doing it at our DeBerry site in Florida today. And so we know that it can be done.
Are there issues with the carbon footprint when creating clean hydrogen? In other words, like for instance, the energy source that you have to use to create it.
Yeah, so clean hydrogen, is defined by I believe by the DOE as hydrogen that has a carbon intensity equal to or less than 4 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen. And when we talk about clean hydrogen, all our clean hydrogen fall into that category. And a lot lower than that. If you think about electrolytic production of hydrogen by renewables, it's more like 0.4 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen.
Okay. Would you agree with me that while hydrogen can be produced in a variety of ways, the carbon intensity of hydrogen is dependent upon the method of production?
That's true.
So for instance, you can have various different power sources for creating clean hydrogen, and some of them could be renewable, but others may not be carbon neutral, right?
Well, you could have renewables power clean hydrogen. You could have nuclear power clean hydrogen. So depending upon the power source, that dictates sort of that carbon intensity of that hydrogen that's producing. So again, when we talk about clean hydrogen, it would only be the clean resources, energy resources powering that hydrogen production.
And is finding reducing the carbon intensity of the production of hydrogen, is that one of the risks that you're considering when you look at this transition to clean hydrogen?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question.
It's probably a bad question. Is these issues with how you produce the clean hydrogen, is that one of the factors that you have to work through when determining whether you will actually be able to make this transition to clean hydrogen?
Yeah, I think maybe the way to think about that question is you have to have the clean energy to produce the clean hydrogen, and that's part of that equation.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Now, in addition to production, are you familiar with any recent studies concluding that both the storage and the distribution costs of green hydrogen may challenge how economical it will be?
You know, I've seen a lot of studies, a lot of reports that have, I think it depends how they're, what angle they're coming from. Maybe that's not the right term, but some reports are, probably identify more challenges than others, if you can say it that way. And so I think the middle ground is that, there are challenges moving forward, but like I said, with these demonstrations and work that's being done, we're starting to address those challenges. I'll give you a good example. I think in the last CPIRP, we're talking about turbines that were 30% hydrogen capable. In other words, 30% hydrogen mixed with natural gas. And today we're talking commercially available combustors are 50% hydrogen with natural gas. So just in a period of a few years, the combustion technologies have already advanced.
Okay. I neglected to do this before, but I'd like you, if you could please, sir, to pull up NC Warren's potential exhibit notebook, which I failed to. There it is. There, thank you very much. That was easier than I thought it would be. If you go to potential exhibit 24, please, sir.
It's a pretty big book.
There are bigger ones up there. All right, so I'll just for the record identify this exhibit. This is NC Warren's potential exhibit 24. I'll identify it for the record as NC Warren Cross natural gas and low carbon fuels. Direct exhibit 1. Are you familiar with the journal Joule?
I'm aware of it. I wouldn't say I'm familiar with it.
You know it's peer reviewed.
I take your word on that.
All right.
Yes.
Well, in this, I'm not going to go through the whole. Well, I guess I take it that you haven't seen this article.
I have not.
Okay. Well, then I won't go through the whole thing. Mercifully, I won't. But if you could just look, you see in the bottom left-hand corner where it says highlights.
I do.
Okay, and you see the third point down begins with storage.
I do.
Okay. And it says, quote, storage and distribution costs may limit green hydrogen's economic viability. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So we've talked a little bit about issues with production and how you can reduce the carbon intensity, right?
Correct.
And you also, would you acknowledge that there are recent articles that you may not have seen this particular one, but there are recent articles coming out that are also flagging how economically viable that storage and distribution costs will be with green hydrogen, right?
I agree with that. Yes.
All right. So in evaluating whether Duke can make the transition to green hydrogen, would you agree that it's really important to stay abreast and to continue to analyze all of these potential risks of the transition to green hydrogen?
I agree. And I would say we see these challenges portrayed as they may limit, right? There's a lot of things that may limit cost, the economic viability of hydrogen. And again, I think one way to think about it is these are the challenges we have to work through. And there's work going on to address the economic viability of transporting hydrogen and storing hydrogen. And I'll give you an example of that is currently the hydrogen is stored, the predominant method of storage of hydrogen is in salt caverns in the Gulf Coast, similar to natural gas. We don't store hydrogen today in depleted oil and gas mines or wells and other storage where we store natural gas, but there's demonstrations going on to evaluate storage in those reservoirs. And so as we move forward in some of those, I believe some of that work will be successful. We'll have more economic storage, for example.
Bear with me. I think I just have one short additional topic, which will be very quick. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
I apologize, Chair Brawley. I'd like to move this exhibit into record.
Okay. So NC Warren Cross, natural gas and low carbon fuel direct Exhibit 1 based on NC Warren potential Exhibit 24 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, Chair Brawley.
Public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panelists. I appreciate your coming back this morning and your work in this matter. My name is Will Freeman. I'm an attorney with the public staff. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'd prefer not to go into confidential or highly confidential, but I'm going to leave that decision to you. I don't want to impair your ability to communicate information to this commission in any way. So if you feel like my question is venturing somewhere, either give a generic answer or say I'd like to go into just indicating we're going to work with you. Again, I'm not trying to force you into not being able to say what you want to say. I want to talk just for a second about the ELNG, which is just a big tank to store gas. Can we agree that from the initial filing until now, the size of that tank, the tanks proposed for CCs 4 and 5 have changed?
Good morning, Mr. Freeman, and similar here, I'll try to answer this commission as much as I can, staying out of confidential session. But Mr. Freeman, if you think I need to give more detail, commission, if you think I need to give more detail, happy to do so in confidential session. So from what was originally modeled and the generic assumption that was developed a year ago, yes, our current working assumption has increased the tankage size.
Thank you. ELNG is just a storage tank. It doesn't itself produce any gas. You draw gas from the system to put into it. Am I right?
That is correct, sir. So just like other LNG facilities in the state of North Carolina today, we're not creating gas, we're not producing gas, we're just converting the state of that gas from a gaseous to liquid state back to a gaseous state.
The gas is converted, liquefaction, the gas is converted. Can you state in open session whether the vaporization and liquefying trains have changed without going into confidential session?
Yes, I can say that the capacity of the primary units has not changed from the original modeling assumption.
Is vaporization more or less than originally proposed?
It's the same.
Okay. Does ELNG require electricity to operate?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to say how much electricity in the high load scenario, how much electricity will be needed without going into confidential session?
I don't believe I can say the actual number in open session, but however, I will say in PSDR 16-1, I believe we give all of those details that you can reference. I will say one thing when we talk about the differences between enhanced and LNG, the capabilities of the liquefier, we're trying to optimize the grid. So we're essentially saying, hey, if power prices go up, we can ramp the needs of the liquefaction down. So instead of being like a traditional LDC where they just turn it on for 50, 100, 150 days or agnostic to whatever the market's doing around, we're a power company. We're going to look at this thing hourly and optimize the power flows so it economically produces liquefied natural gas.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to move on now to, we talked yesterday about I think you used the word deficiency in natural gas availability that the SSE and MVP Southgate are going to address. And so after MVP Southgate and SSE are completed, there will be enough natural gas to operate the current system plus CCs 1, 2, and 3. Is that am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And CC, just to be clear, CC1 is the unit at Person County. CC2, also at Person County, both already approved by this commission. CC3 is going to be in Anderson County, South Carolina. It's been approved by the South Carolina Public Service Commission and is in the docket pending before this commission.
Yes, sir.
And so after MVP at Southgate and SSE come online, we will not need LNG or ELNG. Those units will be able to operate off the pipes, as it were, from those systems. Am I correct?
As the portfolio grows up to CC3, we don't have the need for LNG winter peaking capacity until we introduce incremental generation such as CC4 and 5.
Okay. And so let's talk about this 4 and 5. And honestly, I think 6 is being pulled in now to 2034 with this high load. So can we talk about 3, the 4, 5, 6, and 7, just sort of the immediate near term with fuel security? One of the things that you think will assist with fuel security is the ELNG facility. Am I correct?
Specifically to winter fuel security and summer, even though today we can talk about that in a second. But as far as 4 and 5, my testimony states that ELNG is the solution we're proposing to meet the fuel requirements. Now, the enhanced benefits benefit the entire system.
And 6 is also modeled with ELNG in Duke's proposal. Am I correct?
You'd have to ask the modeling and NTAP panel. I think that may have been due to modeling complexities, but yes, you are correct.
Okay.
It was assumed to be ELNG.
So another option, because ELNG is not sort of bringing in new gas, I think that one of the things you did was discuss bringing in the Gulf Coast expansion. And so by Gulf Coast expansion, I'm talking about bringing in sort of making the pipes bigger and bringing in gas from the Gulf Coast. But why don't you explain it? If I'm doing it wrong, I want you to, I'm not here to, you help me. That's what when I say Gulf Coast expansion, I'm talking about a whole new pipe, Transco laid from the Gulf Coast to bring gas up here. Is that what you understand?
Yeah, maybe I can answer it from a fuel security perspective, and then I'll do my best to answer it on behalf of the IRP panel, but you may want to also ask them. So when we looked, we obviously have our plans for fuel security through CC3, but beyond that, we looked at our alternatives, and we looked at an additional pipeline expansion, and we also looked at the alternative of ELNG. Both have their pros and cons, of course. However, from a non-economic perspective, like from a non-modeling perspective, the qualitative perspective, we found that ELNG was beneficial. So then we worked with our IRP team to run economic analysis. It's called the Fuel Security Evaluation in Appendix C. And they found when comparing the economics of that potential expansion of the EFT versus ELNG, ELNG was least cost. And just to be clear on the record, because I know it came up yesterday, Commission, we accounted for the fixed cost of ELNG, the variable cost of ELNG. So all the costs were accounted for. However, it did not capture all of the benefits of the enhanced just due to modeling complexities, only the fuel security benefits. And yet ELNG was still economically superior to EFT.
The Gulf Coast expansion was filed before this high load, so it used that advancing load modeling, not this high load where we're pulling CCs forward into the future. Am I right?
The fuel security evaluation was done off the base, the original load that the resource planning team used.
Which was the advancing load. I've got to get that word right. Not the high load that we have today, the advancing.
I'll take your word. I believe that's correct.
Advancing development, right?
Advancing development. I'm sorry. If you'll give me one, of course. Um, my colleague pointed out the sort of next question, which I failed to ask, which is, since we don't know the economics anymore of the difference in bringing in the brand new gas from the Gulf Coast versus the ELNG, because they haven't been modeled. Is that, or not, let me not say modeled, they haven't been evaluated or analyzed.
So, sir, factually, you're correct. We snapped the chalk line. That is the analysis that was done for the fuel security evaluation. But I would note, Commission, and yesterday, NCSEA specifically asked about PSDR 1615 that took us in the confidential session. And that is what did update with the higher loads. And one thing I do think that's important to understand is in the Carolinas, our biggest fuel security challenge is during the winter. 300 plus days a year, Zone 5 is not constrained. Zone 5 is constrained in the winter when the local distribution companies, both in this state and other states, there's no furnaces on today delivering, hot air to homes. So there's available capacity. And that available capacity in those days can be utilized in the marketplace by Duke. So understand Mr. Freeman's point, but I would just argue that, the increase in demand, we accounted for the winter considerations and what was delivered in PSDR 1615. For the rest of the year, there is adequate market supply for the companies to optimize to support the increased load, 300, 320 days a year. And I actually believe there's a potential cross exhibit on Transco capacity. If we wanted to discuss, I could get into more detail on that.
I'm glad to discuss supply. Refresh my recollection on which exhibit it is.
I believe it's a potential Duke Cross exhibit 21, and I'd be happy to discuss that if you would like.
Before we get there, let me just talk about supply in general. And we heard testimony yesterday about how we're increasing the reliance on gas. We're pulling CC6 6 years earlier in time. I mean, CC7 is now kind of on my radar more than it was before. So can we, with this high load operating the CCs more often, more need for electricity, will the ELNG have the same 99.99 whatever percent reliability that firm Transco pipelines would provide?
Yes.
Okay. Let me look at 21 just briefly, and it might be a. Oh, there's lots of numbers on here. I'm going to let your attorneys cross you on Duke exhibit, not me. One moment. Let me just look at my notes, and I might be. Is the amount of gas that y'all need confidential for the next decade or so?
It doesn't appear in this panel's testimony in Appendix C.
Yeah.
It does. I believe it is because it's market sensitive information.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to talk in high level if you'd like.
I think the numbers there might be important, but let me just, I'm going to just assess that for one moment.
Well, I think I'd want to remind everybody, the panel and the staff, if we're going to get into confidential, we need to go ahead and declare it a confidential session.
I'm gonna, I don't know. Okay, yeah. All right, no more questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brawley. Um, Mr. Mitchell, good morning.
Morning.
So you were asked some questions about whether Duke Energy would be a first mover on ELNG. And I believe you responded that it's not appropriate to compare the company's plans relative to ELNG to company's plans for new nuclear. Can you please explain why that is?
Yes, and I'm not very familiar with nuclear technologies, but I know technology is what a lot of that consideration is about and the risk around those technologies. ELNG, the technologies we're looking to implement are not new. There is no technology risk. So while we may be utilizing the ELNG facility a little differently than others, I just want to be crystal clear for the record. We have talked to multiple entities and confirmed there is no technology risk in what we have modeled in this proceeding.
Thank you. You were also asked some questions about potential delays to SSE and MVP Southgate as a result of pending litigation. Can you just give the commission an update on where those projects are and kind of the regulatory process?
Yes. So we'll start with Transco. Transco has all its permits. It is actively under construction. There is both a compression and a pipeline component to that expansion. From a pipeline perspective, there's two segments, one primarily in Virginia that comes down to the Eden area of North Carolina, and one more in the Piedmont Triad area. They've started mostly in the Piedmont Triad area. About a third of the pipe is already in the ground. And this is public information. I believe 60–70% of the pipe is totally ready to go into the ground. So in short, they're making very good progress. Again, public information here, but they're expecting the pipe to be fully in service, that portion of the facility, in November, December this year. The entire project, which includes compression to help move more molecules along that pipe, won't be fully in service till late next year. On the MVP Southgate front, it's a smaller scope of project. It's only 30 miles of pipe versus 50 miles of pipe with SSE, and there's no compression with Southgate. So they've taken a little longer to get going here. So they have activated construction, and they are under construction, but are just getting started with the process. And they're expected to go into service at the latest by mid-2028.
Thank you. And so Council for Public Staff asked you some questions about available capacity in Transco Zone 5. And we discussed that there may be some useful information in Duke Energy Potential Cross Exhibit 21. So I'd like you to turn to that, please. And for the commission, I'd like to mark this for identification as Duke Energy Redirect Natural Gas and Low Carbon Fuels Direct Exhibit 1. Yes, Duke Potential Cross 21.
Okay.
Um,
So this is gonna be Duke.
Redirect. Natural gas and low carbon.
Exhibit 1, and it's your potential exhibit number 21.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good deal.
Mr. Mitchell, have you seen this document before?
I have.
And can you explain for the commission what information is contained in this document?
Yes, this is a publicly available operational capacity document from Transco's website that I'd be happy to go into detail.
Sure. Please do. Please provide further detail about the document.
Okay. Commission, public staff, interveners, I think this document is extremely important for the record and that everyone understands. So I am going to take some time to walk through this and then happy to answer any follow-up questions. So as you can see, the effective gas day at the top of this document is May 26th, 2026. We did not pick that day because it was my birthday. We picked that day because that was the day we met with public staff to discuss this topic. If you turn to the second page, I understand there's a lot of numbers here. For those that have a paper copy and have a ruler, you're going to be at an advantage over everyone else. But if you look at the mid to bottom portion of the page, you'll see there's two lines that are very important to the discussion. It's lines 9005782 and 9012663. And I'm going to read all of this out and then also talk to it here. So if you look at the fifth column over, the first line I mentioned, it says compressor station 135 milepost 1164.84 S to N. I'll translate that. That is a compressor station near our W.S. Lee station in South Carolina. And what that point on the spreadsheet is supposed to show is the amount of available capacity flowing from the Gulf Coast into the Carolinas. The other number that I mentioned, the 9012633, it says compressor station 160, milepost 1369.4 N to S. So what that is showing is compressor station 160 in Rockingham County, North Carolina. So what that is supposed to illustrate is the capacity on Transco flowing north to south. So here at Duke Energy, when we evaluate what the capacity on the open market looks like into the Carolinas, those are the 2 points we really look at to kind of get what the market is capable of, both from a historical and current state perspective. So I'm going to keep walking through the numbers, and again, bear with me, but this is very important to understand. So the next column over on the spreadsheet, for the 135 compressor, it shows 3855941. What that is essentially saying is there is 3.8 billion cubic feet of design capacity flowing from the Gulf Coast to the Carolinas. And the next column is the operating capacity. On this day, it's saying that the Transco system is operating at full capacity from south to north. And on most days, it does operate at full capacity. So moving down 4 lines to the other, when we were talking about north to south, it reads 221,733. So that's essentially 2.2 billion cubic feet of capacity that's coming from the north to the south in the Carolinas. So Commission, if you look at that in totality, that's saying the Carolinas today, Transco system can bring 6 billion cubic feet into the Carolinas. Now, it's important to understand that's the design capability. Duke does not have rights to all of that. As has been stated, we only have 0.4 billion cubic feet of that over 6 billion cubic feet. So a rather small fraction. But one point on that before we move on. Transco SSE and Southgate, that incremental capacity will expand that by over 1/3. So you think a current state in 2026, if everything goes as scheduled in 2028, our capacity for natural gas infrastructure will be 1/3 larger. And importantly, that incremental third, the vast majority of that capacity is owned by holders in North Carolina. So going back, and I know I'm taking my time here, but this is important again. And going back to Mr. Freeman's question, this is where it's relevant. So if we're going to that first south to north, station 135, you will see a number 994,018. And then a number next to that is simple math. It's 2861923. So what that is saying is there's operating capacity of 3.8 BCF. Just under a BCF of that capacity from the Gulf Coast was scheduled on that day. So that means there's 2.8 billion cubic feet of natural gas capacity that was not scheduled. So if you look at the 3 columns down there, or 3 rows, excuse me, you will see 2.148,244 was scheduled and 73,000 was available. That's because, of course, Appalachian gas, more to the north, it's cheaper. That's where the market's trying to pull from. So in totality, and getting to the point here, there's over 2.9 billion cubic feet of capacity on this day we talked to public staff that was being unutilized. Then you add 2.1 billion cubic feet of SSE and MVP Southgate. That's over 5 billion cubic feet of unutilized capacity on May 26th. Now, on January day when there's a polar vortex, will that be available? Absolutely not, Commission. It will be spoken for. And Duke will have a portion of that. But this is the point I'm trying to make, Commission, is 300 plus days a year. This is the case. This is what's available in the marketplace because that is the nature of local distribution companies. They don't utilize it. So we have our affordability hat on. We look to the marketplace, and that's the great thing about ELNG. It fits the days where Transco is fully utilized, but there's other days that we can optimize the market. So just a couple more points on this, Mr. Freeman. This specific day on May 26th, we had over 3.1 billion cubic feet scheduled, right, to the Carolinas. Duke was approximately 1.5 BCF of that. So we were consuming most of the gas coming into the Carolinas on that day. And when you think about we only had firm transportation rights for a third of that, I think that demonstrates the company's capability to work with market participants and optimize the market and buy low-cost gas. Commission, we're the largest user of Zone 5 gas on the Transco system. We have a lot of subject matter experts beyond myself at the company. We understand the market better than anybody. So I'm very confident that the company can optimize the market around ELNG to support CCs 4 and 5 on those non-peak days.
Thank you. And just one last question to kind of put a bow on it. So to the extent that there are any concerns that have been expressed by parties about the company's ability to fill the storage tanks, how does the information in this exhibit respond to those concerns?
I think it just validates that we can fill without getting into confidential information of the fill rate. I mentioned over 5 billion cubic feet. This is 30, that's 30 times, over 30 times the volume we need. There's adequate market capacity to fill the tank. And that's assuming we're fully utilizing our firm transportation portfolio, which we may or may not be doing, which we would utilize to fill the tank if it wasn't.
Thank you. Chair Brawley, at this time, I would move to enter into the, no further questions. And at this time, I would move to enter into the record. Duke Energy redirect natural gas and low carbon fuels direct exhibit 1.
Duke redirect natural gas and low carbon exhibit 1, which is based on your cross exhibit 21, is admitted to the record.
Thank you. And no further questions.
Okay. So commissioners' questions. We have a few, but I will tell you, we've been crossing them off. We understand you procure your gas not for specific units, but for the entire CC, CT, and DFO coal units. Does that continue to be the fuel security strategy? And we just want to make the record clear, since you're not really attributing fuel security to specific units.
Yes, sir. We can there's pros and cons to the transco system, but one of the pros we could say is we are able to optimize the fleet. So when we talk about the firm transportation portfolio that we procure to make this combined cycle fleet secure, if we're not fully utilizing that, we're able to optimize that to send gas to the combustion turbines and DFO. So that way it helps bill impacts and it allows more affordability on the fuel procurement. So to answer your question, sir, we still have the general strategy of combined cycles. Their fuel security is provided by interstate firm transportation. Combustion turbines is on-site diesel fuel. And we have coal, obviously, at the dual fuel plants. But we're going to optimize the pool of gas for all of the units.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you had stated that Duke has multiple executable pathways for obtaining incremental fuel security. Could you share what other options Duke considered but did not adopt and why?
Yes, sir. And this goes to the questioning from Mr. Freeman. We looked at both an expansion for pipelines from the Gulf Coast for CCs 4 and 5, and then the ELNG, and for the reasons discussed with Mr. Freeman for least cost and the qualitative reliability benefits, we're recommending pursuing ELNG for CCs 4 and 5.
Okay, thank you. Also, Mr. Mitchell, could you give a high-level update on the work that has been done in tackling gas-electric coordination in the Carolinas and how the company is working with the LDCs?
Yeah.
Also, does the gas-electric coordination docket M100 sub 217 continue to be a robust forum for the company to work on issues with the public staff and the gas LDCs?
Yes, I do believe that is a good forum for that to continue. And, ELNG, if we pursue, that could solve a lot of problems. One of the challenges, Commission, with gas electric coordination is this is a national issue. This is not a North Carolina specific issue. A lot of the NASB rules, it's a standards board that governs natural gas industry. This is a challenge in DC. So when we look here in North Carolina, we can't necessarily control everything that happens there, but that's the beauty of an intrastate ELNG facility. If we have rules or standards that don't change or do change to what's not required in North Carolina, we can do things on the intrastate system that help improve gas electric coordination, specifically through the enhanced capabilities of ELNG.
Okay. Can you provide more detail on Figure I-1 and Appendix I and how the proposed ELNG facility design will operate day-to-day for intraday flexibility? How quickly do you anticipate Duke can vaporize ELNG for intraday flexibility purposes using your proposed facilities?
Yes, sir. I think there are a couple questions here, so I'll try and let me know if I need to follow up on anything. So on I-1, this is going to be a dynamic thing that changes over time. The role of ELNG will be very different in 2035 than it will be in 2045 if gas, burns go down as shown with the IRP and NTAP panel. But this figure I-1 it's illustratively trying to show that a portion of the tank will be dedicated to fuel security. So as we talked about, arbitrage, moving low cost shoulder month gas to peak January day, just like the LDC. But a smaller portion of that tank will be dedicated to intraday enhanced capabilities to help things with pipeline balancing, for example. So that is what that figure is meant to do. And then as far as the startup of vaporization capability, I think the exact time is confidential, but I will say it's a small fraction of what traditionally it would take. But just to be clear, with the vaporization, we're not doing anything differently than the technology or equipment that other LDCs in the state have. Again, we're just operating them a little differently.
What are the fixed and variable ELNG cost components represented in your capacity expansion and production cost models respectively?
That is confidential
Okay.
information, but I will say we lay that out very thoroughly in Exhibit PSDR 16-1E.
Okay, are CT vendors selling 100% hydrogen capable advanced class CTs by default? Or is this an option that's available for you to purchase?
Well, I would just, I'll start. Witness Hoffish can add to it, but those three OEMs for CTs are working towards 100% hydrogen capability by 2030. So it doesn't exist yet, but they're well on the way. Like Witness Hoffish said, they're about 50% right now in machines.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And then part of the system that we would implement would be ready for 100%. So if you think about the combustors themselves, they may be 50% capable today, but a lot of the systems around that 50% combustor are ready for 100%.
Would that mean that you could upgrade a current one?
Correct. And we've
Okay.
been, yes, that's correct. We've been thoughtful about what we would add to that system that's a low cost, to ensure that, that upgrade would be cost effective in the future.
Okay, so this is going to be the fun question of the day. What do you see as the pros and cons of producing hydrogen via electrolysis versus pyrolysis?
Okay, that's a very good question. So electrolytic production of hydrogen is, really when you tie it to renewables, what you're looking for is when renewables are peaking and maybe generating excess energy, let's say, that's the opportunity to produce hydrogen electrolytically. So you produce that hydrogen, and then if you produce it locally, it can go straight to the unit. If you produce it remotely, then you need to transport it to the. Pyrolysis is different. Pyrolysis is using natural gas and basically splitting natural gas, right, into carbon, solid carbon, and hydrogen. So it's done probably also potentially locally or remotely, but it's not, the difference is, if you see, it's not tied to that renewable variability. It's more tied to natural gas. So its cost is going to be more dependent on natural gas costs, versus electrolytic production is going to be more tied to power costs. I hope I answered your question. Yeah.
It's an excellent answer too. Are there questions from other commissioners? Commissioner McKissick.
And so many of the questions I had in the back of my mind have been answered. But I do want to get back to this ELNG, because I gather there's a serious divergence of opinion as to whether this is first of a kind technology and how it's utilized. And I gather from reviewing your testimony, there are other examples, but can you get into that a little bit more so that I can have an appreciation for Duke's perspective?
Absolutely, Commissioner McKissick, and it has hit in my rebuttal a little more because from
Sure.
intervener testimony and discovery, we heard that we probably needed to go in a little more detail, so we tried to do that in rebuttal testimony. But to answer your question, sir, I think the disconnect may be on the technology and the usage. So, crystal clear, and we validated this with multiple entities, that the equipment that is assumed in the facility there's no serial number one here. There's no new technology. This is all existing equipment. Now, we are very forthcoming about the fact this equipment, we do plan to utilize it differently than most traditional LNG facilities do. I can't testify that of the 170 plus, any of other ones do this or not. I don't know. But I do know the ones in North Carolina, what we would plan to do would be different than how they operate it. But again, the equipment itself is not new.
And when you say the way you would use it would be different than the way it operates, can you elaborate or get into that in a little more detail?
Yes, sir. So, a traditional LDC in North Carolina, once the winter period is over and they've drained their LNG tank, they simply, traditionally, most of the time, they will start up their liquefier and run it for an extended period of time. 50, 100 days until their tank is filled back up. We're doing something similar. However, we're trying to optimize the process a little more for several reasons. One, to kind of what I was talking earlier, the enhanced capability would allow, let's just say you have a April day and power prices are low the whole day, except for 3 or 4 hours through the evening peak when folks are turning on their lights. If that's a problem, we could ramp down the ELNG facility, which could then divert natural gas to peaking plants and lower electricity consumption during that period. Similarly, let's say there's a day in May where renewables did not perform as expected and we had to turn on more gas generation. Same thing, we could lower the consumption of electricity for a given period of time and then divert that gas to those peaking resources. So it's really trying to optimize existing technology for the electric utility.
And you were speaking a little earlier about the vaporization technology. I gather from your testimony, and clarify it if you could, the existing vaporization technology can be utilized, but what type of change would be necessary to move to this enhanced LNG?
Yes, sir. So on pages 7 and 8 of my rebuttal testimony, it is confidential, but there's 4 distinct things that we call out that are different from enhanced to traditional LNG. Vaporization is not one of them from equipment perspective. So from the equipment that LDCs use in the state, we would use the same exact equipment. However, when you think about going from a liquid state to a gaseous state, you're essentially going from negative 260 degrees in a liquid state to call it 60 degrees in a vapor state. So you have a temperature swing there where you essentially have to heat the gas or warm it. And if you had a system like the LNG systems that they use in North Carolina, to warm that gas, it takes hours and hours to get that system going. What we're saying is we would plan to have it ready standby. So that way we can react quicker, react in an hour instead of 6 hours to the need the system would have. So again, it's just operating the system differently. It's not a technology or equipment difference.
I see.
All right.
And
I want to caution you, Commissioner, you're into rebuttal testimony,
I
and I'm
sure,
stopping everybody that
I
does that.
understand. Yeah. And it was not
Yeah.
my intent to get in.
I
rebuttal.
apologize. I dragged him there.
But
Chair.
it's okay. I think the challenge sometimes is when you read it, you forget whether you read it in direct or rebuttal. So I don't want to move into rebuttal because I know we'll be getting there in appropriate time. I guess the only other question that I'd like to get a little more information on is, you're talking about looking at the CC units and CT units and them being 100% hydrogen capable. And I guess I'm sitting here looking at what it's going to take for that assumption to be realized. I gather from testimony that's been provided right now, there's an opportunity to move it to 50%. Is that what I'm hearing? But clarify that if you could.
Yeah, that's correct. Right now, it's like we said, they're 50% capable. What would it take? So I think the capability of the combustion turbine, there are industrial combustion turbines today that are on the market that are 100% capable of hydrogen, 100% hydrogen capable. So our advanced class that are being developed, they're a little bit more difficult from a combustion system perspective. They use a premix chamber. That's where a lot of the work's going on. So as we move forward, I'd say the OMs are being cautious as they should be in testing these systems. What it would take is advancement of that work. And I think it's very encouraging to see that, just like I said, in maybe 2 years, we've gone from 30% capability to 50% capability. So when we think about 2030, we're on a really good track to get to 100% capable combustors in 2030. The rest of that conversion is, you know, piping, valving, things we really understand. You know, there are units out there handling higher amounts of hydrogen. We converted our unit at DeBerry to 100% hydrogen. We learned a lot through that work. You know, the devil's in the details, you know, so going through and actually doing it was important. And as I said, we learned a tremendous amount doing that work.
And can you get a little bit more into what you learned from doing that work?
Yeah, we learned, you know, we looked at, for example, we looked at flame out in the combustion turbine. You know, hydrogen's a different gas. If that gas were to reignite in different sections of the exhaust or the turbine, how could we protect the system so that we don't suffer damage? That was all done through finite element analysis, you know, very detailed analysis. And we determined that we need a very quick hydrogen shutoff valve so we can, much quicker than natural gas, so we can close off that fuel to the unit. That's an example. We stiffened the enclosure to protect it. We learned a lot about NOx suppression and how we were very surprised how well we could do on NOx. Years ago, you know, hydrogen burns at a higher temperature than natural gas. So there was a concern years ago that, well, what will NOx look like out of a hydrogen fired unit? What we were able to find for that unit is we can get really pretty good NOx emissions out of the unit. And sometimes as close as natural gas. So that was all new findings that we worked through. And there's more examples, but I think they're the ones that come to mind.
And I guess my final question, as it relates to hydrogen, is what is it going to take for the supply to become available? What's it going to take to move it further along? And I know there's change of administrations in terms of emphasis on hydrogen or hydrogen hubs. I mean, how much of this, in your opinion, is going to be addressed through, I guess, normal market pressures and concern, notwithstanding incentives or policies that promote it?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So I think about it in two parts mainly. So I think when you think about hydrogen, we're not the only one that is looking at using hydrogen. So there's other use cases that are probably going to occur ahead of us. I'll give you an example, heavy transportation, possibly. These would be cross-country trucks that are looking for a fuel source that's low carbon. They would probably convert to hydrogen before we would. And they would use a fair amount of hydrogen. So now economies of scale come into play. You know, more clean hydrogen being produced. What we want to see is that movement into those other use cases. So if you think about it, those use cases, they have a sort of a dollar per MMBTU or whatever you want to call it, dollar per kilogram, where they're going to potentially convert. And as they push that price down, other use cases will start to pick up. That's what we want to see developed. And we also want to see other technologies being developed. So we talked about electrolytic production of hydrogen. We talked a little bit about pyrolysis. And now there's what we call geological hydrogen. In other words, drilling for hydrogen. So we're finding hydrogen, natural hydrogen in Nebraska, Quebec, France, Africa, Turkey, and in other parts of the world. From a policy perspective, I think anything like this that's new needs to get sort of a jump start. I think that's what some of these policies do. But I think one of the advantages we have activity in the United States, but there's also global activity, you know. So all pushing toward hydrogen moving in the right direction. And I think that's what we look for. Is it moving in the right direction? And it is.
And when it comes to hydrogen blending, I mean, I've read about, you know, testing being done between 20–30% hydrogen, but I'm not seeing within your model what's assumed in terms of potential for hydrogen blending as opposed to getting all the way to 100%.
Yeah, that blending, I mean, I think in our modeling space, we kind of model it as an average across, you know, the entire fleet. I think I mentioned earlier that could take a couple forms. There could be, more than likely, that's going to be blending, starting at a single unit at a higher level, maybe no blending at these other units, and eventually moving toward blending and then transitioning to 100%. It's not dissimilar to the way we maybe put the desulfurization systems on our coal units, where, you know, we did one at a time, right, to get to that goal. I'd say we haven't laid that plan out yet because it's so far in the future and things may change, but that's likely the way it would occur. You know, and And so I'd say we don't have that plan, detailed plan, again, because it's, it's well in the future. And so from a modeling perspective, we're just using that kind of average blend across.
It's an average. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, questions on commissioner questions?
I have a few for EDF.
Okay.
Again, Ben Smith from Environmental Defense Fund. We were discussing the hydrogen, several questions from Commissioner McKissick. And we discussed the progress on the hydrogen firing turbines. Do you recall that?
I do.
So I would classify that as inside the fence progress. Can you talk a little bit about outside the fence in terms of fuel transportation? You mentioned hydrolysis, pyrolysis, things like that.
Yeah, there's a number of demonstrations. I think one of the projects that we've been looking at is a site called Intermountain in Utah. They have installed a 2-on-1 advanced class combined cycle. The output of that unit goes to the city of Los Angeles. And so their plan is to produce clean hydrogen with renewables and store that clean hydrogen in a salt cavern locally, and then fire that hydrogen in that combustion turbine to provide carbon-free energy to Los Angeles. So we look for maybe milestones. 250 megawatts of electrolyzers are now running in Utah to start filling that cavern up, running off of renewables. So that's an example of, I think you'd admit that's progress outside the fence line.
That's right. And is that Utah example something that could be replicated in North Carolina? I don't know if we have the same cavern opportunity.
I think a portion of it can. So wherever you look at a demonstration, there's always portions of that demonstration, pilot, testing that you can take and use in your fleet, and portions you probably can't, So portions of that work in Utah we can use. And as I mentioned, storage is an area that's advancing as well, potential storage in other underground formations that could be leveraged.
So it's fair to say this is relatively early on with respect to not just with respect to the outside the fence, I think you called it demonstrations and how it could eventually work in North Carolina.
Yeah, I think like that project in Utah is actually full scale operating, not a demonstration. It's meant to be, ongoing. There are other demonstrations with blending and pipelines that have occurred throughout the world. I mean, and even domestically. There's so many of them. I'm not sure I can list them all.
Sure, but with respect to North Carolina, nothing is current. There's no demonstration or obviously no operational setup that's currently occurring.
I don't think so. Although I think maybe Dominion did a small hydrogen blending project in northeastern North Carolina, maybe 2 years ago, 1 or 2 years ago.
Okay.
That was a pretty small demonstration.
And it hasn't progressed to any sort of large scale.
I don't know the progression of that demonstration.
And with respect to the Utah project, to the extent it can be comparable to a projection for a North Carolina project, how does the pricing of that compare? And if this falls into modeling, I apologize, but how does the pricing of this compare to the alternatives that we're considering for the long range generation in North Carolina?
So I don't know the cost of production in Utah. And so I think at least my perspective on demonstrations and trials and early movers, the cost is, that cost is probably, like a bottoms up, stacked up cost estimate. What we use in our modeling is a market projection that's provided by 3 third-party companies that project that future hydrogen cost. So, looking at a site and calculating the cost of hydrogens, not the way we do it. We look at, well, what's the market projection? So that's more the aggregate of all of them.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more question. With respect to Commissioner Brawley and staff's questions on ELNG, Mr. Mitchell, I believe I heard you say, I know I heard you say it yesterday, but I believe I heard you repeat today that there is value in the hedging opportunity that ELNG can present as compared to sort of a more traditional natural gas FT system. Can you talk a little bit about that and talk about the hedging opportunity there?
I believe I may have said it's arbitrage. I think arbitrage is probably the more appropriate labeling. But if you look at a natural gas price strip across 12 months of the year, no matter where you are, traditionally, the price is going to be much higher in January than it is in April. So if you have pipeline gas, you're going to be moving that price, whatever that month is, at the market. And with ELNG, we're able to store that lower cost gas and time shift that to use it during a higher price month. So that's the arbitrage I was referring to.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Quinn, were you seeking recognition?
Yes, sir. I don't want to jump ahead of anybody.
Excuse me, Chair Brawley. NCSEA does have a couple of questions as well.
All right, sir, Mr. Somolewski.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, regarding Chair Brawley's first question where he's asking about how do you procure fuel for the ELNGs and you procure for the entire fleet, not specific units. I have some clarifying questions regarding that. First, Appendix I and your testimony were pretty explicit that units 1 through 3 in the plan, the Person County units and what is now known as the Anderson County unit, South Carolina, they have firm transportation. Is that a legal contractual protection that guarantees that they will have enough capacity on the pipelines to serve the needs of that unit?
The firm transportation capacity we procure is a contractual right to move natural gas molecules from point A to point B. So I think to the point I was trying to make to the commission, we do everything in aggregate to optimize for our customers. So when we added the CCs you referenced, that grew the pool of a peak day gas usage. So the firm transportation rights that we added account for the incremental demand of the units CC 1, 2, and 3 you mentioned.
So that means the incremental demand of the incremental units CC4 and CC5, you do not have the contractual protections of pipeline capacity, and that's why you need to build the proposed ELNG facility.
ELNG is the fuel security measure that accounts for the needs of those systems when it's needed the most on the electrical system. And the analysis that we talked about in PSDR 1615 validates that.
So essentially though, CC4 and CC5, just focusing on those, they're still going to be connected to the Transco Zone 5 system. It's just that you don't have the capacity rights to fully serve that demand.
We have the capacity rights as a system to meet them in aggregate with the ELNG system.
I believe I will do more on rebuttal. Thank you.
Matthew
Mr. Quinn?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Matthew Quinn with NC Warren. In response to one of Chair Brawley's questions, I think I heard something. I want to make sure I heard it right. Mr. Donacho, I think it was you who said that hydrogen-capable units may be available by 2030. Did I hear that correctly?
100% by 2030.
100%. Okay. I'm going to read a sentence and let me know if you agree with this sentence. Hydrogen and carbon capture sequestration are important technologies, but including needed infrastructure are not yet adequately demonstrated and will not likely be available for wide-scale deployment until the 2040s. You agree with that?
So read that again. That's CCS as well as hydrogen.
Yeah. Hydrogen and carbon capture sequestration are important technologies, but including needed infrastructure, are not yet adequately demonstrated and will not likely be available for widespread deployment until the 2040s.
I think certainly portions of that sound correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it surprise you to learn that that sentence I just read verbatim out of Duke Energy's comments submitted to the Environmental Protection Agency on May 23rd, 2023, in the docket involving greenhouse gas emissions standards for new and existing electricity?
Right, yeah, that's part of our 111 comments.
Okay, yeah. So do you agree with that sentence now?
I did before and I said yes.
Okay, all right, I must have misunderstood. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Any more questions on commissioners' questions from interveners?
No questions from public staff.
Okay, Duke,
Just a few, Chair Brawley. Thank you. Mr. Donishad, you were just asked some questions about comments included related to EPA Rule 111. Do you wish to clarify what the company's position is at this point and whether it's evolved at any level given recent developments and advancements?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, I was kind of hoping that the final 111 rule would have dropped already for this hearing, but it hasn't. I've been waiting on it since the end of last year. So that's still coming, but the proposed final rule has been, submitted. And if you recall back in our 2024 hearing about the 23 plan, we had a lot of discussion about the 40% capacity factor restriction and whether you have to do CCS and all that stuff. That, and then also on the coal side, there were coal criterion and requirements, but a lot of that stuff is going to be going away. And so there's actually two proposals that may be coming out. There's a primary and alternative proposal. One of them strikes everything out, all of the 111 requirements. The other one would keep what's called the phase one requirement for new gas, which is that 800 pounds per megawatt hour, 12 operating month rolling average. And that's for base load, 800 pounds per megawatt hour. And then for intermediate load, between 20 to 40% is 1170 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. So that might still stay, but that whole phase two, which was the 40% capacity factor, or if you do CCS, that's going to go away probably in either one of the proposals. So back not even a month ago, I think it was May 14th, EPA sent over to the Office of Management and Budget their proposed final rule for review. So it is been drafted, it's being reviewed, it will be coming out. So I think, whether CCS is technically available for the very early times that the original 111 rule needed, is kind of a moot point, because I think they were trying to, I don't remember the exact date, but it was like early 30s, I believe, where, it might have been 32, we had to do CCS, and, trying to do a one size fits all across the entire nation, saying that thou shalt do CCS, regardless of the geology, that didn't work. And so that is being removed, is what we understand.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, Commissioner McKissick asked you some questions about ELNG, and I know, we want to stay away from your rebuttal, but at a high level, can you just maybe describe for the commission how the companies utilize their operational experience to determine that it was in the best interest of customers to pursue ELNG?
Yes, other than just the sheer least cost result that came from the IRP modeling panel, Witness Verderame, who's coming next on the panel, he leads the fuels and systems optimization team. They do a phenomenal job every day optimizing the system to keep the lights on and do it in a least cost manner. They have tools on their tool belt to do that. When we started looking at LNG and then ultimately ELNG, this is a phenomenal tool. This will be arguably one of the strongest tools on the tool belt that they will have for both least cost optimization and reliability. So there are a lot of operational benefits to optimize the gas cost, to help balance natural gas when there is renewables. And quite frankly, from an operation perspectives, this will really support the implementation of more renewables because it will help backstand more from a fuel perspective. So it is a very operationally sound asset.
Thank you. And then Mr. Hoffwich, counsel for EDF, asked about whether you were aware of a hydrogen demonstration in the Carolinas as a part of the company's continuing efforts to understand the viability of hydrogen. Have they undertaken any efforts to explore the viability of hydrogen in the Carolinas?
We've done studies in the Carolinas looking at hydrogen and on different units. We spent a lot of time working with Clemson University in terms of their SGT 400 and potential hydrogen conversion there. And so the work we've done in the Carolinas is you know, more along the lines of studies. As I mentioned earlier, when we talk about demonstrations and their applicability to, you know, a system, our sister utility in Florida, we've done a hydrogen demonstration there of 100% hydrogen. And a lot of those learnings, in fact, a majority of those are applicable to the Carolinas.
And do the companies submit any documentation related to any studies or work on potential demonstrations in the Carolinas?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I should have mentioned earlier. We've worked with public staff to define a pilot study for the Carolinas, hydrogen pilot study for the Carolinas. It was a great collaborative effort. We went through a lot of criteria that were important for a pilot and to maximize our learnings and not be repetitive. You know, got down to selecting sites and timelines and projected costs for a pilot in the Carolinas. And I believe that study was submitted to the commission.
Thank you. No further questions.
Gentlemen, we'll see you on rebuttal. At this point, we will take a break and we'll return at 11:05. on the record. Mr. Summers, would you, excuse me, gentlemen, would you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Summers, your witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the coal generation and supply panel. I'll start with you, Mr. Verderame. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is John Verderami. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And what is your position with Duke Energy?
I'm employed as a Senior Vice President, Fuels and Systems Optimization for Duke Energy Corporation.
And would you briefly describe what your responsibilities in that role entail?
Yes. As Senior Vice President of Fuels and System Optimization, I oversee aspects of the overall strategic direction and commercial management of the purchase, delivery, and storage of fossil fuels that Duke Energy regulated utilities use for the generation of electricity. This includes monitoring and providing strategic guidance in the various areas of fuel markets, including feedback regarding supply and demand, price, quality, availability, economics, and deliverability. In addition, I'm also responsible for the overall strategic direction of the fleet's power trading, system optimization, energy supply analytics, and contract administration functions.
Thank you. Turning now to you, Mr. Flanagan. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Jeffrey Flanagan. I work at 8320 East North Carolina Highway 150 in Terrell, North Carolina.
You have a nice view of Lake Norman from your workplace?
I do.
All right. And what is your position with the company?
I'm the general manager of Carolina's dispatchable generation, the West Zone, which includes Marshall Steam Station, W.S. Lee and Asheville combined cycles, and then the CT sites at Lincoln, Mill Creek, and Clemson CHP.
Okay, you just did that, but any other elaboration on what your responsibilities in that role entail?
Yeah, I'm responsible for the overall direction and management of over 5,000 megawatts of CDG, West Zone, coal combined cycle, and peaking generation. I provide strategic direction and leadership to station GMs, including day-to-day operations, business analysis, process development, and O&M and capital budget allocation. Specifically, as the general manager of Marshall Steam Station, it's a 4-unit coal and natural gas co-fired generating site. I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations and maintenance of the plant, as well as for the strategic investment decisions. I also engage in strategic role in outage planning for the Marshall units, collaborating on key decisions regarding the outage scheduling, duration, prioritization of critical maintenance activities, and proactively assessing external resource and funding requirements to optimize the operational reliability and support long-term performance of the plant.
Just a couple of follow-up. You just use some acronyms. I want to make sure it's clear. You referenced the CDG West Zone. Would you just explain what that
Yeah,
is?
it's Carolina's dispatchable generation. It's the non-nuclear generating side.
Okay. Last one on that is you referenced the GMs and just what is a GM and what does that stand for?
Yeah, general manager. So each facility, generating facility has a GM, and then so the combined cycles have a general manager, and then the zone managers, like I am, have responsibility of those sites as well. So the general managers of those sites report to me.
Okay. And general manager, is that sort of like a plant manager?
Plant manager,
Okay.
same thing.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Verderame, on behalf of the panel, did y'all cause to be pre-filed direct testimony of some 27 pages on or about October 1st of last year, 2025?
We did.
And do you have any changes or correction to the panel's direct testimony?
No, sir.
If I were to ask you those same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would move to admit the pre-filed direct testimony of this panel.
Okay, I think I have 4 items here. Direct. Do you want all 4?
I was going to do them one at a time, but we can do them all if you want to. I'll do the supplemental and we can do it all at once.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll just read them off and we'll double check.
Sure.
I have direct testimony of Jeffrey Flanagan and John Verderame, 27 pages. That is identified and admitted. A witness summary for that testimony is identified and admitted. Supplemental testimony of Jeffrey Flanagan of 7 pages is identified and admitted, and a witness summary for that is identified and admitted.
All right, thank you. Just to make sure it's clear, Mr. Flanagan, on your supplemental testimony, do you have any changes or corrections to that?
No.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chairman, this panel is available for cross.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. So I've got CCEBA. Thank you, Mr. Burns. SIGFR.
Mr. Chairman, likewise, SIGFR is waived.
Environmental Defense Fund, Mr. Smith.
Just a few questions. Good afternoon. I apologize. I know I'm behind you. I would have moved over. I thought I was going to have a couple of friends up here, and they decided not to come up. So I want to talk about a few pieces of your testimony, and frankly, some of the stuff I found very I hadn't read before in the 8 years I've been doing this. So, talking about some of the difficulties now with operating coal plants. Is it fair to say the parts that the companies need to update, to repair, to otherwise operate the coal plants, you used to be able to secure in maybe a few days, now take weeks, months, or even longer?
Yeah, that's accurate. That's what's in my testimony.
And what is the expected useful life of a coal plant, a generic coal plant?
That's hard to answer. I mean, historically, if you look at units that have retired previously, that mid 50 to 60 year range is kind of where they've retired as well.
And Duke's coal fleet, what's the range of age for them?
Yeah, so Marshall units 1 and 2, we celebrated 60 years in service last year, so it's around the same range. Obviously, Cliffside 6 is much newer.
And coal plants require a significantly higher amount of employees to operate, from what I understand from your testimony, versus CT or CC.
Can you ask that again?
Sorry, I'll ask it a different way. The 4-unit Roxborough station requires 153 employees to generate that 2,400 megawatts. But the Person County combined cycle, which generates 2,800 megawatts, requires only 35 employees. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And can you talk a little bit why there's so many more folks that are required to operate a coal plant?
Yeah, just if you look at the physics of how the plants operate, right? So a combined cycle or CT facility, I mean, the CT is, for all intents, just a larger jet engine. So you've got a pilot and a co-pilot, an inside operator and an outside operator. And there's a BOP side at the combined cycles that you've got somebody that's assessing as well. The BOP, balance of plant, so the steam generator, steam turbine. But the gas supply isn't something you have to worry about, right? It comes in on a pipe. Coal sites are much more employee intensive. You've got to have folks to unload trains to get it on a pile, folks to get it from the pile into the plant. Team of operators that can get it from, chunks of coal ground up into combustible coal and then burned. And then you've got flash equipment on the back end that you take care of. So there's, it's manually intensive equipment. And then, the FGD system, flue gas desulfurization, the environmental technology that's on the backside of the flue gas takes a team to operate that equipment as well. So it's just a lot more labor intensive to operate those units.
And my understanding is it's gotten more difficult to recruit experienced workers to work at the coal plants. Is that right?
Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, especially as I think the fleet in the country of coal plants have been retiring, right? That adds uncertainty. And, when we talk about unit retirements and things like that, there are published dates. Obviously, it's a little bit harder to recruit talent in for something that has a finite life, right? So, if somebody were to come in and say, in 2035, we were not going to have lawyers anymore, that may affect some folks more than others, right? So if you look at recruiting talent to come in, you've got younger employees that want to get their foot in with the company, that know there's other opportunities in other divisions, or folks that are close to retirement, so it doesn't matter as much to them. So it's definitely harder to recruit and retain.
And from my understanding in your testimony, I think on page 18, oh gosh, line 9, you reference having to call a retiree for some assistance. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we've leaned on retirees quite a bit. We have at Marshall specific, we've got a retiree that's come in and is helping with training again because of the newer employees coming in. The technical side is where we see that the most. We've got there's former OEM technical engineers that had come to work for the company and worked for 40 plus years, working on steam turbines and things like that. That the expertise just isn't out there right now. It's hard to go to some of the OEMs and get expertise that can come in and help assist in difficult technical discussions about things going on with the unit. So, we've had to call some of the retirees that used to work either at OEMs or for the company to come in and assist.
Thank you. And with respect to the parts issue, and this is the part that I would kind of stop me in my tracks. And your direct testimony, page 17, line beginning of 5, you mentioned that companies have had to resort to looking for parts on eBay because the number of traditional vendors has dwindled. Is that right? And can you explain it a little bit?
Yeah, that's accurate, and can also be unfortunate. Yeah, so most of those are control cards on some of the like operating equipment. So, over time, where we used to have PLCs and, now we've got digital control systems, not all systems have transferred to a more upgrade. They're not really transferable to upgraded systems. So some turbine controls, vibration monitoring equipment have control cards that the OEMs just don't support anymore. They don't make parts for those. So there's companies that will purchase old control cards and rebuild them and then sell them any way they can. And eBay is one of the ways that they've sold them. So, we'll reach out there at times in order to procure equipment.
Thank you. And so what I'm hearing throughout this testimony is that this is an industry that is it's done its job and it's moved on, and we're sort of nearing end of life, across at least in the U.S. For the coal generation fleet. Is that a fair way for me to characterize it?
Yeah, I think it's a fair way to characterize it. Obviously, as other utilities make decisions, and it affects some of the longevity of our sites and availability of parts and things like that. But obviously, it's something we continue to evaluate the longevity of the units, and we're run them as long as we need to.
And to reverse that course would require an immense investment in the coal system, isn't that right?
That's accurate, yeah.
Throughout your testimony, you all reference some risks in delaying the coal retirements. And I think I've gone through a number of these, but is it fair to sort of summarize it? Is that prolonging the coal operations beyond your recommended retirement dates will mean accepting greater risk from supply chain volatility, risk with respect to equipment obsolescence, risks with respect to difficulty securing qualified personnel, and escalating costs? Did I sort of lay out the risks there?
Yeah, I think the risk is accurate. Obviously, the IRP team is the one that makes that decision and makes that recommendation, and we provide input to them, based on unit availability and, some quantitative data like, forced outage rate and expected investment in order to, prolong the life of a unit. So, as well as qualitative data, which units operate better for whatever reason based on, coal availability and things like that. So, yes, I think it could increase the risk, but as a business case, it's probably a little more complicated than that.
Sure. And with respect to the operation of it, talking about these risks, is extending the coal unit operations beyond the retirement dates, does that increase operational risks and potentially more frequent maintenance outages?
Yeah, so maintenance outages are a little bit complicated as opposed to a planned outage where we would typically take a, 4, 8, could be 10 or 12 week large outage in the spring and fall. We've kind of taken the tactic of taking smaller maintenance outages that are coordinated with unit commitment and the Energy Control Center in order to, when there's times that we don't have peak demand, we can take a unit outage for a few days. It could be a week. But again, it's coordinated with unit commitment and the Energy Control Center to make sure that that the unit's not needed at the time. So we've kind of taken that as a tactic instead of longer outages to get small things done to make units available for when they're needed, right? So if you're expecting a hot week, the following week, we may take a 3-day maintenance outage the previous week to get some work done to, improve reliability, maybe fix a derate or something like that.
Thank you. And with respect to outages, in your testimony on page 18, I think lines 11 and 10, you referenced the fact that service provider competency problems have directly caused outages or service quality failures. Is that right?
That's accurate, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move on to my next topic, which is my last one. Fuel supply. You go through your testimony, the risks revolving around the Central Appalachian production, the CAP production, which presents a fuel security risk in its own right. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And because CAP production is limited to only 2 primary producers, if there is loss of one or some disruption, that could significantly disrupt the fuel security for the coal plants. Is that right?
Yeah, but if the Commissioner and Chairman, if you'll just indulge me just a minute, a little bit of context on the coal procurement value chain, across the enterprise in Carolinas particularly. So we'll consume this year around 20 million tons of coal across the enterprise, roughly 7 million tons in the Carolinas. And to Mr. Smith's point, we buy coal from 3 primary regions: the Central Appalachian region, which is West Virginia, Tennessee, Northern Appalachia, which is primarily Ohio, Pennsylvania, and then Illinois Basin, a little bit of coal from Illinois Basin up in Indiana, and just recently we've been buying some coal from Colorado. But of most concern, as Mr. Smith points out, is the Central Appalachian coal, and there's a couple reasons there, and you touched on them. One, that coal's been mined for over 100 years, and it's basically what's left is difficult and expensive to extract. The problem is our units have been designed around running on Central App coal, and so that where we have our concern is a contingency where at some point this Central Appalachian coal is not available. And it's true, we buy over 50% of the capacity of the basin at this point, and it's concentrated in just two producers. So it's a concern for us. We have some mitigations in place, but I think just structurally, the coal supply chain is one in decline. There are a couple of figures in Appendix F, Figure 1, Figure 2, that point out both the lack of demand or declining demand, as well as the amount of people employed and the amount of coal produced in this country over the last 10 years. So, diminishing supply, diminishing demand. We're also seeing, consolidations, higher cost structure for suppliers, which impacts the smaller suppliers particularly, which leads to more consolidations, more market power, higher costs. These higher costs make the units less competitive. And so I think in general, while we support these targeted extensions, I think it's clear that at some point this supply chain will be unable to support reliable, affordable coal for the generation. So I know it's more than you asked for.
No, it's, you got me to cut off a bunch of questions, so thank you. Railroads. One of the pieces of your direct testimony I found interesting was risk with respect to railroads. And my presumption is that as cap production reliance goes down, if it has to one way or the other, that you'll have to look elsewhere. Can you talk a little bit about the railroad risks and the possibility of those being exacerbated by having to look further away for coal supply?
So I'm not sure that the railroad risk is particularly driven by the Central Appalachian region. I think it's more driven by the general decline as from the railroad's perspective as coal as a commodity. And so if as they make capital allocations and personnel allocations, they're making them more towards other more profitable, higher volume commodities. And so we saw particularly after COVID, the stressors on the railroads because all of our coal in the Carolinas is delivered by rail, and so it's a critical component. But it's more, I think, around investment. But even recently, we've seen issues where, and this is analogous to the coal suppliers, that they're having difficulty staffing these industries. People don't want to work on the ground anymore. They're having difficulty staffing railroad engineers as well, and it manifests itself as a risk. We work with the railroads as best we can. We have implemented a first of its kind tiered rail structure, which optimizes the rate we pay against the most likely scenario of coal we're going to burn, but it recognizes for the railroads that if we burn too little, or we burn too much, that there are costs involved with that. And that's, I think, the through line narrative of the coal supply chain is consistency. And that's kind of where the railroads and the suppliers have their biggest vulnerability. And as coal units become more like peakers and less like baseload units, and Mr. Holman referenced this, that's a whole nother issue around the general utility of the coal units on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, and maybe this is a better question for Mr. Holman, but if you can answer with respect to comparing it to a peaker unit, coal plants are a completely different animal than a CT peaker unit, isn't that right?
That's exactly right. And Mr. Holman brought it up that the coal units serve their purpose very well, but they're designed to run for long periods of time. And increasingly, as we see the needs of the system, as we put more renewables and just more gas with more gas volatility and burn volatility, we need units that are flexible and dispatchable. Coal units are dispatchable, but they often take 24 hours to start. They need to run for 48 hours versus a peaker, which may be even a little bit more expensive, but we can run it for 3 or 4 hours. Customers bear all those costs of those extended runs. So yeah, there is no such thing as a coal peaker. Kind of to your earlier point, that I'll be glib, but saying throwing money and reinvesting and rebuilding this fleet of coal units will get them back to their design specifications, but it's not the type of unit that the system needs going forward.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panelists. My name is Will Freeman with Public Staff. I appreciate you both taking the time to talk with us today. In the last IRP to this IRP, Duke moved some retirement dates to further out in the future. I'm thinking Blues Creek, Cliffside, right?
And Marshall 3 and 4, yes.
And when I say moved out, they made them retire at a later date. For example, just to take Blues Creek, in the 2023 IRP, it was 2036, and now it's 2040.
That's correct.
Okay. When Duke conducted the retirement analysis for this proceeding, it conducted the analysis under a moderate load and an advancing development load. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so what we don't have here today is an analysis of the best retirement date for these coal units under this new high load forecast. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I think that may be all my questions, if you'll give me just one moment. I got to make myself useful, so they need me past 2035. Okay, thank you. The public staff has no more questions.
Okay, Duke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. To that last question from Mr. Freeman about whether the coal retirement analysis was done under what load forecast scenarios. Y'all are not here to testify about the analysis and the modeling that the company did. You're here to talk about the operational and supply impacts to the coal retirement plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the IRP team can discuss that in more detail, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Another question or two. Mr. Smith asked the panel some questions about challenges in coal supply and labor and just the general coal industry and how that impacts Duke's plans for its coal units that, as you've testified, have served companies' customers very well. In your direct testimony, you also talk about the dual fuel capability of some of the coal units. And my question is, how, if at all, does that impact the challenges and concerns that you discussed in response to Mr. Smith's questions?
I mean, I can, from the operations side, I think it helps with some reliability aspects. So if there's derates on coal units, having the gas availability at the dual fuel units gives us the ability to make sure that we can meet full load when needed. There's obviously some challenges that come with that. But overall, I think it's probably an reliability assist to the coal units.
I'll just add, I think it's an important, aspect of those units that we can have that flexibility to burn them on coal, to burn gas rather. And I think it's part of the reason of why we, will extend Cliffside 6 out through, past, 2040, because we can utilize natural gas. But there's also, I think that, that is one of the aspects of fuel security that as the coal plants retire, we are going to lose is storage fuel on the ground. And so not to retread ELNG, but that's an important kind of analog to gas on the ground that we'll lose with coal.
I'll add to, just sitting here thinking, there are some, I think there's an assumption, we talk about large components, right? So the gas side, gas versus coal, you're really talking about the combustion system itself, right? There's thousands of components that are at a coal site that still have to be operated, startup valves, control valves, that are really fuel independent. So, even though I think gas helps with some reliability now, there's still 60-plus-year-old equipment that we still have issues with, moving forward. So it's a little bit of both sides.
Thank you, gentlemen. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we'll go to commissioners' questions. How should the commission think about balancing the reliability benefits of the coal extensions against the increasing fuel security and operational risks you describe?
Well, I'll start, Chair Brawley. I think it's a balance that we're evaluating. Every time we make an extension, we recognize we evaluate and recognize that we're moving across a continuum of risk. Right? And I think we're comfortable with where we are now. That risk manifests itself both in cost as coal becomes a less viable generation source for the system, but also in fuel security risk as we face some of these issues around declining and devolving coal supply chain. I can't say when, that when that point happens, but I will say that it's monotonically declining. It's not just us. I mean, if you look around our peers in the Southeast, TVA, Georgia Power, Santee Cooper, Dominion, they're all retiring these units in the same general timeframe of the mid-30s. As the whole rest of the nation follows suit, there's a cycle there, or a circle of kind of devolving risk or increasing risk in devolving fuel security.
Yeah, and I'll say from the operational side, we're obviously evaluating, making more strategic decisions as the market's really changed around us, as other utilities have retired coal units. Some manufacturers that provided equipment maybe don't anymore. They used to stock parts for us and they don't anymore. So we're looking at items that have long lead time and, making strategic decisions as to whether we need to stock those in-house or procure something ahead of time. So, we're looking at, our reliability, we call them degraders, the things that cause us most issues, and trying to get ahead of where we know supply chain markets and things like that are moving.
Thank you. In Duke's testimony, Blues Creek is indicated as being critical for voltage support. Has Duke considered using existing coal facilities as synchronous condensers or for inertia and voltage following their retirement?
Yeah, that's probably a Sam Witness Holman question.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Tucker.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning. As I listen to your testimony, I feel like it's raining because you're dampening any kind of enthusiasm about utilization of coal, which has been used, as Mr. Verande said, for 100 years, and Duke had no blackouts during that period. So the coal on the ground is certainly something that is critical. But gentlemen, are you aware of the grant from the federal government for $850 million to build 2 new coal plants, one in Alaska and one in West Virginia?
Yes.
Why would they be doing that based on what you just said?
Well, I would say that there's different dynamics, and I know just a little bit to be dangerous about these projects. When the Alaska project really was born out of the fact that they can't get gas anymore to the local supply of gas. So these are mine mouth units. I think the economics are somewhat different from mine mouth units because you kind of limit the transportation risk and transportation cost around that. But I would say I'm puzzled, as well in terms of the flexibility of these units, but they do kind of act very similar to nuclear units, right? So I think you can make the case if you can build a facility that's on top of inexpensive coal, and you have the support of the government, that there could be make a case that it's kind of similar to a nuclear unit in terms of run profile. But for us, right, that we don't have that need in our developing generational stack.
Okay. I've heard his statement before. I just want you to verify that you won't retire any coal plants until you have facilities available to replace that generation. Is that correct?
So our strategy, yes, is to not replace until we, not build until we replace, not retire until we replace. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. One follow-up question as well, on Winter Storm Fern. What percentage of generation was coal in the makeup of all the generation that we had to do based on that winter storm? I've seen a number, I think, but I didn't know. Just hear it from the horse's mouth, sir.
So I'm sorry, Commissioner, you're hitting me a little cold with that one. I will say that all the coal generation was online.
So when all the coal generation's online, what percent of power as the whole makeup of Duke's generation is coal?
So roughly a quarter, I would say, we have about 10,000 megawatts of coal of a, 35,000 megawatt system.
You're probably right. The number I heard was 21%, was the capacity for coal during firm. Whether that was correct or not in my reading, I don't know. You know, everybody says 50% comes from
Subject to
Duke.
check, I think that's accurate. I was afraid to say, but I think that's the number I've seen.
Okay, I'll ask you this, and I hope it's in line with that. And of course, Mr. Ferrando, you've got a master's in business, I think, from Rutgers, so you should know that.
It's a little
Everybody,
old, but yeah.
yes, sir. Everybody tells me that coal is paid for assets, and I've found out recently that that is not true. Can you respond to that question?
So unfortunately, I don't have at my fingertips the book value of the coal, coal.
Okay, they've been around 60 years. Is there any book value on them at all?
Well, I think as you make capital improvements, you increase the book value. So again,
Okay.
I'm definitely
Right.
the wrong witness, so I apologize.
The other thing I wanted to respond to, just because I've been around for a couple of years and people say things, the previous two administrations did not appreciate coal generation as much as perhaps this one does. With the coal plants that are available, they say, or some people will assert that Duke didn't put as much money in maintenance on the coal plants as they would have had they not seen this push to retire them, which I understand that from a business standpoint. Is that the case? And now in this particular period in time where we've got so much pressure on us for generation, has that changed any, or do you see, Mr. Flanagan, that you're spending more money? I know the eBay stories, ooh, that's it, but you've got a plant in, I think up in North Dakota that's rebuilt a coal plant and is now running it and selling power to Minnesota. So, I mean, I'm getting conflicting ideas. Can you express, the retirement schedule is what, you see the best there is for Duke and our customers with coal. Would the lights have gone off in January had we not had coal?
I can't speak to the last question. Just to talk operationally and funding for coal over time. I mean, there's obviously been ebbs and flows as the market has changed, right? As the IRP comes out and dates have moved, we've always had a run through the tape with coal retirement plan so that we're not, falling across the finish line, right at retirement.
Okay.
I think if you look at how we operated the Allen plant as an example, right, we had some lessons learned from that, but it operated up to the week before it retired. So there's obviously been times of less investment and more investment. I mean, we're investing now. There's large projects at Blues Creek, large projects at Roxborough in the Person County, on the Person County units. I mean, we've had more investment at Marshall this year and next than we have in the last 5. So, I mean, it's obviously, we look at the reliability aspect and what's needed of the units and invest prudently so that customers are getting the best benefit out of what we're doing.
Okay, very well. That's a fair answer. If you could get back to me, Mr. Ronde, or the commission, let me know what the situation is with the book value on the coal system, on the coal plants. I'd appreciate it. Because everybody says they're paid for, and I don't think they are because of the investment.
There is remaining book value. I don't have.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Very well. Thank you, sir. Those are fair answers to those questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Guida?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions that kind of around the fuel security. So in your testimony, you mentioned increasing difficulties or concerns with railroads. Specifically, I noticed that you referenced concerns with coal car transportation equipment. Are the railroads telling you that they don't have enough coal hoppers in their own fleet to meet your requested deliveries, or that they can't secure enough coal hoppers from private car owners, or both?
So it's an excellent question, and it is a developing strategy for us, Commissioner Gaida. So we generally use our own coal cars. So we get going into this year around 5,000 coal cars under lease, primarily under lease. We own a few of them. But to that point of, I think my testimony speaks about the fact that they aren't building these coal cars anymore, and they are aging fleet. So as part of fuel security strategy, we have started to purchase our own fuel cars, take them off lease so that we're not subject to them being leased away from us, unavailable. So we've recently purchased 900 rail cars, and we're going to purchase another 900. So we've taken control of that. Both it'll save customers money, and increase the security we have around right-sizing that fleet and having that fleet available, to run through the tape of the coal retirements.
Okay. Okay, great. This is kind of a related question, but just more in general, not necessarily specifically railroad related. Can you say anything about your contractual relationships? Well, excuse me, it is railroad related. About your contractual relationships with railroads that would give this commission a better understanding of the firm or non-firm nature of your expected coal deliveries? And just to give you context, there's been a lot of discussion on the gas side with firm and non-firm delivery. So I'm trying to understand with how the railroads serve you. Are you getting something that looks or smells like firm or non-firm deliveries?
Yeah, it's very different. Another good question. It's very different in the coal transportation world than is in the gas transportation world. We have contractual commitments for tonnages, but we have to work with the railroads. It's a huge interconnected network, and so they have contractual obligations. We have contractual obligations as well, but we can influence how we maintain the firmness of that by maintaining the rateability of the deliveries. And so if we find ourselves where we can't deliver coal that we've been obligated to, the railroads have the ability to take these sets and these units out of service, and then that complicates us and our ability to restart coal when we need it. So that's part of our dynamic dispatch input algorithm. We really want to maintain that rateability both for the producers as well for the railroads, so that we play a big part in how firm that is by working with the railroads.
So if I were to just paraphrase it, so there's a predictability element in here that from a standpoint of how much you're going to use, that helps I'll call it firmness of those deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to work hand in hand.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick?
Just one or two questions, and you've spoken to it during the course of your testimony, but the reliability factor of these coal generating facilities, I mean, how would you rate your concern about the reliability of this fleet that's basically 60 years old in terms of its ability to continue to operate efficiently, effectively, reliably, notwithstanding the conditions and challenges of getting parts and having people available that can actually maintain them? I mean, I think you talked about even pulling in retirees to take care of certain tasks, but could you speak to that issue?
Yeah, I mean, we look at areas of, I mentioned degraders earlier. It's, the top areas that we've seen issues in the past, and it's a per unit basis, right? Each unit's got different problems. To make sure that we're putting projects in, trying to invest in specific areas to address reliability concerns. Obviously, reliability is a concern, right? If you look at the E4 rates for these units, they range anywhere from 10% to 30%, depending on the unit, which that could mean a couple of different things. That's forced outages or forced derates. So if you look at the person units as an example, Roxborough and Mayo, because they don't have gas capacity, anything on the coal procured, from material handling into the pulverizers where you grind it up and goes into the unit. If there's any issue there, it causes a D-rate. So you see D-rates at those units because they don't have flexibility of gas like the dual fuel units do. But I mean, it's obviously a concern, but that's one of the inputs that we give to the IRP team, quantitatively and qualitatively, in which units operate better based on the fuel supply, what units we feel like may have broader concern that needs an investment that may be a 2-year lead time to get, right? So we're providing all that information so that they can then make the decision on retirement dates.
And you talk about equipment that might need a 2-year lead time, and of course you're getting into things that you may not know exactly what might be required. But I mean, I assume at a certain point they're diminishing returns in ordering or securing that equipment in an aging facility that has a limited life that's left.
Yeah, that's correct. And Marshall's a great example. So I've got 4 units. 2 of them are scheduled to retire at the end of 2028 with the installation of the 2 new CTs that are going there. And then the other 2 into the 2030 timeframe. So we obviously treat those differently, right? But that's part of the project evaluation to look at the payback period, whether it makes sense to make that investment or not. Because, sometimes you can make a smaller O&M fix to get you a year versus replacing an asset that would obviously extend the life of that. We've had that recently with feed water heaters as an example. We've replaced feed water heaters on 3 and 4. We've repaired feed water heaters on 1 and 2. Just for the retirement and making sure that we can meet reliability for retirement dates.
And the last question is dealing with this Central Appalachian coal that's utilized. I mean, how comfortable do you feel at this time that supply will be available, knowing that there's, I gather, the reserves that are available are limited, and likewise the capacity to deliver it might be questionable?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think we've talked about this before. This is not an emerging condition. We've tracked this for several years now. And so we have mitigations in place. We have worked with the plants to burn lower sulfur. Sulfur is the component that's most critical to the Central Appalachian coal, and the low amount of it. So we've worked with the plants to burn lower sulfur Northern App coal. So we've increased that percentage. That's kind of a mitigation. But we're really trading one contingency for another there, because that all comes from basically one facility in Pennsylvania. And so now recently we're adding this Western bituminous coal from Colorado. It's almost 0 sulfur, which gives us a lot of flexibility to blend with Northern App coal. But again, now it requires coordinating 3 Class 1 railroads and a blending facility in West Virginia. So all these mitigations compile cost. And as we move on the continuum of those mitigations, this becomes more of a cost issue. The problem with Central App is that every one of those suppliers, I've needed to renegotiate the contract over the last 3 years. They cannot meet the financial obligations. And so that's a signpost, right? That's a worry for me. And I can put them into bankruptcy. I've done it in Indiana. But what happens is they go into bankruptcy, they restructure, our contracts get rejected, and I'm buying the same coal that I would have bought at a higher price anyway. So we're extending these contracts, at market prices for as long as we need to, but we are maintaining options. There will be more expensive options, but the primary concern is to maintain that fuel security through the retirement date.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Questions on commissioner questions?
Just a couple.
John Burns. Hi, gentlemen. I'm John Burns with Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. I just have a couple of questions to follow up on Commissioner Tucker's questions to you concerning continuing operation of coal plants and why the federal government would choose to do that. Do you recall that line of questions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with recent reports of the Trump administration's emergency order to force certain coal units to remain operable,
Yes.
including a power plant in Michigan? Are you familiar with the reports that the order to maintain that Michigan coal power plant required costs in excess of $80 million for that plant alone?
I don't know of any specifics. 80 million doesn't sound like a whole lot, but
Okay, for 2 months of operations, is that?
so that sounds like a lot.
I didn't finish my question
Yeah.
very well there, did I? Okay. Are there any, there's another report of a plant in Indiana. I believe, let me get the name of it right. Are you familiar with the Indiana's R.M. Schaefer coal plant?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's a NISCO plant that was ordered to remain operable, but they've been unable to operate it despite the order because they're continuing to replace it. Are you familiar with that, or continuing to have to repair and fix it?
Yeah, I've heard pieces of that, but nothing specific.
Okay. Are there any plants on your system that would be well, strike that. The coal plants you're operating now are the ones that you can continue to operate until the retirement dates that are forecast in your plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it safe to say that there would need to be investments, significant investments in some of those plants to keep them operable beyond the economic retirement date selected in the plan?
Investment, yes. Significance, a hard word to define. Yeah, but investment, yes.
And that would add to the baseline cost of those plants, and you'd need to depreciate those investments over time, correct?
Correct.
And some of the challenges that you discuss in your testimony would apply to investments in those plants to keep them operable in terms of availability of equipment, availability of personnel, et cetera. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Still good morning by three whole minutes. Ethan Blumenthal on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Following up similarly on the questions of remaining value from coal plants from Commissioner Tucker, are you familiar with the concept of securitization?
Yes.
And you're aware that the commission has previously approved Duke DEC and DEP has asked for, and the commission approved regulatory asset for securitization of the remaining net book value for these coal facilities.
So I'll just say, Mr. Blumenthal, we are the wrong panel to address these questions.
Then bear with me. I previously the legislature had allowed 50% of the remaining net book value of coal facilities retired early to be recovered. Are you generally familiar that has been revised upward to 100% of those values?
I'm going to object, excuse me, Mr. Verrami. I'm just going to object. First, I believe it goes way beyond any commissioner questions, but secondly, they've already told you they're not the right panel to answer this.
I would just say this speaks.
Calls for speculation, excuse me.
Sorry, and I would just say this speaks directly to the fact that there is remaining value and what that value could be realized.
Mr. Blumenthal, I'm going to ask you that you take those questions up with the appropriate panel.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there other questions on commissioner questions? Or across from Duke?
Yes, sir.
Or, excuse me.
Yes, sir. I have, I think, one question, and then maybe some answers if that's appropriate. But first, for the panel, you were asked some questions from almost all the commissioners, honestly, about the delicate balance between maintaining these coal units in the face of the risk and challenges that y'all have discussed. Would you agree that it's the company's philosophy and in fact, actual practice to push the coal units to their reliable and cost-effective limits in order to maximize their value for the company's customers?
Always, yes.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. That's the only question I have, Mr. Chairman. If I could offer, in response to Commissioner Tucker's couple of questions, One, your question about the excellent performance and significant contribution of the company's coal units during Winter Storm Fern. That is addressed in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Holman and Mr. O'Connor's testimony. So they'll be glad to answer your question at that point. The second point was as to the question about the book value. We will have subsequent panels address that. If they don't do so sufficiently, the company would be happy to file as late filed exhibit document that lists the remaining book value of all the coal units, if that's helpful. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I think we finished with you.
Thank you.
And incredible timing. It hit at exactly noon. So let's go ahead and take a lunch break and reconvene at 1:15.
See you on rebuttal.
afternoon. Let's come to order and go back on the record. Would you please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Finley, your witnesses.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Duke Energy has now called the Renewables and Energy Storage Panel to the stand. Beginning with Ms. Farver, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Maura Farver, and my business address is 410 South Wilmington Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as State Energy and Policy Director.
Ms. Farver, would you pull the microphone a little closer to your mouth, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, as State Energy and Policy Director, I am responsible for coordinating business strategy work streams and regulatory and policy efforts related to solar as a standalone generation resource and when combined with battery storage for DEC and DEP. I recently led the development and execution of the 2023 and 2024 Request for Proposals, the RFPs, for solar and solar paired with storage, and I continue to lead the execution of the 2025 Solar and Solar Paired with Storage RFP.
And Mr. Thompson, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Graham C. Gray Thompson, and my business address is 410 South Wilmington Street in Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as the Director of Renewable Business Development at Duke Energy Corporation.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I currently lead a team of battery project developers responsible for the initiation and deployment of regulated battery energy storage systems and microgrid systems in the Carolinas.
Mr. Smith, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Benjamin Smith. My address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas LLC, and I am Generation and Regulatory Strategy Director.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
I'm responsible for assisting with the generation fleet strategy. This includes developing strategic decisions, preparing business cases, and working on new generation projects, including but not limited to the development of Bad Creek 2, new natural gas fueled generation, and related coal unit retirement strategy.
Now, Ms. Farver, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 37 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the panel's direct testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
And this panel's direct testimony included confidential information, correct?
Correct.
And this panel submitted a confidential Exhibit 1 to its direct testimony as well?
Correct.
And did the panel also pre-file a summary of its direct testimony for the commission?
Yes.
Chair Brawley, I ask that the Renewables and Energy Storage Panel's confidential direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct testimony.
Do you want the 2 exhibits admitted as well?
Yes, also ask that the panel's confidential Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 be pre-marked for identification.
It's only the first confidential?
Only the first, yes.
Okay. So without objection, the direct testimony of Maura Farber, Benjamin Smith, Graham C. Thompson with 37 pages with 2 exhibits, including confidential information and witness summaries being identified and admitted to the record as if presented orally from the stand today.
The panel is now available for questions.
Avangrid.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Did I pronounce it correctly?
Close enough. Avangrid.
Avangrid?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
And just to get out of this, I'm also Ben Smith on behalf of Avangrid Power. Not the first time this issue has come up for me. I'm sure not the same first for you. All right, I just have a few questions. And Ms. Farber, I think these are mostly directed to you, but anyone can answer, and I apologize for being behind you. How long have you been working with Duke on the solar procurement issue?
I've been leading the solar procurement since the 2022 CPRE RFP.
And prior to your work in 2022, the companies had been procuring solar as early as 2018 after House Bill 589, isn't that right?
That's right.
And generally speaking, can you talk a little bit about what lessons you've learned over your 4+ years in this area?
Wow, that's a very broad question. There have been a number of refinements that we've made both to the RFP process and to the contracts and the documents. Let's see, some of the milestones I'd say over the course of my time with this are around how we've done the interconnection study. So now with this cluster study process, we also have the ability to hold a resource solicitation cluster. And so in this way, this was learning over the course of the RFPs. We have more control and more insight available to us when we have a specific resource solicitation cluster, rather than trying to throw all of those projects into the broader mix of other projects in the queue. So that's one of the process enhancements we've incorporated. We have a bid structure now that we call it Part A, Part B, but it's really to enable the most competitive bids. The network upgrades are associated with this Part B adder, since they don't know their network upgrades at the time that they're bidding. So they have a base bid price. And then as we get that information later in the evaluation, we're able to apply it to the project. And then the bidder doesn't have to unnecessarily inflate the cost upfront. So that's another enhancement we've made to the bid structure. We have tightened some of the performance requirements in our PPAs over time. We've evolved our PPA to now have solar paired with storage and the company's full dispatch control of the storage. I could go on. I'm not sure.
No, that's.
Talking about the details.
I think you did a good job of capturing what I was looking for. So it's fair to say that the companies have improved this process iteratively over time.
Yes, we apply our learnings with each additional cycle.
And based on your experience doing this, would you say you feel confident in the company's ability to run an energy procurement?
I think that we are very familiar with and comfortable with solar, and now solar paired with storage procurement for sure.
But you don't feel like the company is comfortable, you don't feel confident in the company's ability to procure non-solar energy resources?
I think that we can develop other processes, but anytime you're creating a new process, there's a learning curve, and there's new efforts involved in creating those new contract types and documents and all of the new requirements. So yeah, there's always a lift with adding a new technology type.
And that lift might be similar to the growing pains and sort of improvements that have been made from 2018 till now. Is that right?
We've had solar RFPs for quite some time. So I would say that the year-to-year changes from the solar RFP have been relatively small, but I imagine the first time it was held, there was quite a bit of work involved in establishing that process.
Yeah. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. CCBA?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Burns for CCBA. Nice to see all of you. I just have a very few questions, and I think most of them will be directed to Ms. Farber. But if either of you have anything to add, please feel free to pipe up. Ms. Farber, you are overseeing or at least participating on behalf of Duke for the 24, 25, and 26, if there is one, procurements of solar. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you have also, I think you testified that you have been involved in the development of a competitive procurement process for standalone storage in South Carolina.
That's right.
And what is the status of the standalone storage competitive procurement in South Carolina as we speak today?
Right now, we have a stage 2 application before the South Carolina Commission. We have a requirement as part of Act 41, which is a South Carolina law that was established about a year ago. that we run a distinct South Carolina procurement. So there's a legislative requirement for us in South Carolina.
And is that, as part of that process, will there be bids solicited for both third-party providers of standalone storage and utility-owned?
That's right. That is part of the statutory requirement.
And has that, Duke has submitted stage 2. What does stage 2 mean?
The process for putting this before the South Carolina Commission was just separated into 2 stages. A broader, I guess, concept and framework was approved earlier, and now stage 2 is more of the details of the RFP process.
Okay. Thank you. As part of your testimony on page 16 of your panel's testimony, your direct. On line 7, that's where you highlight what the near-term action plan for procurement of solar is that you're asking to be approved in this case. Is that right? Do I have the right?
Can you point me to the sentence?
Yes, line 7 of your direct testimony on page 16 begins as highlighted in chapter 4. Or am I looking at?
Is that line 17?
Oh,
No,
17.
Huh?
Page 16, line
16,
17. I
line
think.
7. What did I say?
You said 7, but I think it's 17. As highlighted in chapter 4.
Yeah, my numbering must be off on my copy, so I apologize.
Nope.
It's okay.
There are 2 paragraphs which begin with that phrase. I think.
Line 17 on mine begins with, yes, the company's proposed in tap. And
That's
line
nice.
7 begins as highlighted in chapter 4, the companies are planning to procure.
Thank you.
That's what you're
mine
talking,
shows, but I don't-
okay.
Okay, sorry, ours is off, sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. I have the correct copy from.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. The companies are planning to procure a total of 2,300 megawatts of solar and 420 megawatts of paired storage resources for the 26 through 28 RFP cycles, correct?
That's right.
And I just want to make sure this is clear. In order to do that, you need the in-flight 2025 procurement to proceed, correct?
So the in-flight 2025 procurement is counted separately from the 2,300 megawatts here.
Mhm.
And so those notifications have been sent to finalists, and the due date for them to respond and decide whether they're accepting or not is coming up next week.
And that 25 RFP was for 1,700 megawatts, and you may or may not achieve 1,700 megawatts, right?
That is the target for the 2025, correct?
And would Duke have sought to procure 1,700 megawatts in 2025 if it did not believe it could interconnect that much when those projects come online?
So just to clarify, when we have our RFP, the expectation is not that all of the projects will come online in the exact same year.
That's fair.
So we recognize that there's usually a bell curve type shape where many projects are around the same time frame and around the same estimated interconnection year, but there will be some earlier and some later. So it's not a direct one-to-one of 1,700 and RFP means exactly 1,700 connecting in 1 year.
But the procurement, is it fair to say that that Duke can interconnect more than 750 megawatts of solar resources in a given year?
We do believe we can connect more than 750 megawatts of solar in a year.
Elsewhere in your testimony, you talk about the importance of the changes made to your procurements when changes were made to federal law related to the ITC, the tax credit. That had some effect on the success of the procurements, particularly in 2024, correct?
That's right. That was happening. The discussions and the drafts were happening over the course of the 2024 RFP. So we did see more projects than usual decline their invitation to step 2. And we also allowed more time for the PPA negotiations because a lot of things were happening in real time last year, right around this time. So there were a few changes made to that 2024 RFP.
Okay. On page 17 of your testimony, near the bottom of the page, make sure, I don't know if I won't refer to it by line number since we tend to not be. Here you go.
17. Thank you. What line?
Well, the sentence begins without the federal tax credits.
Yes.
You state that without the federal tax credits, the model does not select solar in those years, meaning 30 and 31. Is that right?
That's right.
And that your next sentence is, this indicates the company should seek to take advantage of procuring solar while it is still eligible for the tax credits, right? You still believe, you still stand by that?
I do.
Are you familiar with the decision of the district court for the District of Columbia that was handed down on Friday this past week in the?
Very generally.
Okay. I can either do this as a cross-examination, Mr. Chairman, or I can ask you to take judicial notice of the opinion, but I have handed it up to you, and this was not identified in our binder of potential cross-examination and potential judicial notice documents because it wasn't issued until after that binder was put together.
Okay, have you shown copies of this?
I have shown it
Yes, we have
for
no
you.
objection.
Okay. Since this is a court opinion for the District of Columbia, I think we are safe in accepting this, taking judicial notice.
That's fine.
And giving.
You guys want to see it too? I've got copies for all council as required since it's a late.
You
night,
don't
so-
mind.
Yeah. And if I might just, the reason it says notice of supplemental authority on the
We've got
front page, I've already given it to them. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It was submitted as a notice of supplemental authority in the 2026 procurement docket, so you can take judicial notice of something in your own files as well. But I just wanted to, so I don't need to identify it with a long drawn out cross-examination exhibit number. So we're good. Accepting for the purposes of this discussion, Ms. Farver, that what the order does is strike down IRS notice 2025-42, which is the one that said that 5% safe harbor is no longer applied to solar and wind projects. If this opinion strikes that down and restores the ITC understanding for commencement of construction to what it was prior to that notice, would the availability of ITC for projects be relevant to how you might determine the size of a 26 or 27 procurement?
I'm not sure if it would impact our recommendation for the size of a 2026 or 2027 procurement. But I will note that in each procurement cycle, we have had this mechanism that we call the volume adjustment mechanism. So really, if within the course of the RFP, we're seeing a weighted average that's lower than what was expected, it allows us to procure a higher volume to essentially let customers take advantage of that lower price. So there could be potential for an in-flight adjustment, I would say, within the course of the RFP.
And if there were some projects that were participating in a 2026 procurement, if there were one in flight, or even the 2025 procurement, that may have thought they could not qualify for the shovel in the ground commencement of construction, but may actually qualify for 5% safe harbor, what would be the effect on their bid if they did qualify for an ITC?
I would hope that that would drive their price down and that they would be willing to pass that savings on to customers.
I will reserve the rest of my questions for your rebuttal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sigfer. Thank you, sir. EDF.
Yes, sir, just a few. Hello again, Ben Smith for Environmental Defense Fund. Pointing to your direct testimony on pages 17, 18, lines 22 on page 17 through 4 on page 18 by my count. Isn't it true your testimony states that procuring more solar than the preliminary base portfolio selects in the early years is a way to lower risks to customers, and that there are many scenarios in which more solar is selected in the near term?
Can you just point me to the line reference?
I believe it begins at page 17, line 22, and goes into page 18, line 4, and I'll double check mine to make sure I am not off.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that the solar called for in the NTAP serves an important hedge against other energy volatility issues and potential costs?
Yes, because solar is a fuel-free resource. It can help at certain times when there are periods of fuel price spikes.
And recognizing what Councilperson CC just took judicial notice of, we have some uncertainty as to the ITC tax credits now, but based on when, actually strike that. I'll ask this in a different way. Is it important for us to pursue those tax credits as quickly as we can to be able to make any eligible projects as least cost as possible for ratepayers?
Yes, the companies have been very active in trying to pursue all available projects that are passing those tax credits on to customers. So in our 2025 RFP, which is at the conclusion now, we had what we call an early selection process. So for projects that were already further along and had an an executed interconnection agreement, we allowed them an opportunity to bid early and to make a decision about whether or not they were selected early so that they could move forward expeditiously and effectively reap that tax benefit. For the regular round projects in the 2025 RFP, we're also seeking projects that can achieve an in-service date by the end of 2030, which is one of the requirements to achieve the tax credit. So we've been very aware of this and worked hard to pursue that in our 2025 RFP.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that it's important to try and chase down these tax credits wherever they're available.
Yes, we've worked diligently to move that opportunity on to customers.
Thank you. Moving on to energy storage. For the purposes of the solar procurement, have you found that the adding energy storage systems has improved the dispatchability and the overall sort of system and grid benefits that projects can bring when they add storage to a solar project?
So none of our solar paired with storage projects that we have under contract have finished construction quite yet. But we certainly have the ability in the contract to be able to dispatch that resource for system needs.
Okay. And what I'm reading your testimony on page 32 at line 14, beginning at line 14. And what I'm reading, and just to make sure that you're in the right place, is it begins describing energy storage as a strategic pillar of the plan due to its development, flexibility, and battery storage can be developed on a shorter timeline than alternative dispatchable resources. Do you see that?
I don't. Can you tell me the page number and line again? I'm sorry.
I have page 32 beginning at line 14 through 16. And again,
And it starts how?
Mr. Smith, just because our lines are off, do you mind reading the question?
Sure. You're asking me to read the question or you're asking the question from
In the direct testimony so we can get the right section.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Well, I don't have it. It's somehow closed. So I'm just going to go ahead off topic. We don't have to read. You can just agree or disagree. Is battery energy storage a strategic pillar to the plan due to its development flexibility?
That's right.
And can it be developed on a shorter timeline than some alternative dispatchable resources?
That's correct.
What are the dispatchable resources that battery storage can be developed more quickly than?
I'm not an expert on the timelines of each technology type, but my understanding is that batteries can be constructed overall faster than most thermal resources.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going through to make sure I've gotten most of my questions. Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Who's seeking,
John Burns, just for,
Yes.
for the clarity of the record, I hope I could just give the docket number and the date of the decision I had you take judicial notice of, so it's in the record. Do you mind if I did that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I thank one of my colleagues in the back for suggesting I do this. I appreciate it. It's a decision of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, civil action number 25-4400, parenthesis CKK. And it's a memorandum opinion issued June 6th of 2026.
Sir, I hope it gives you, causes you comfort that I have a place where I recorded it, and that is exactly what I wrote. So
Thank you
it'll
very
be
much,
there.
Mr. Chairman. All good. Thank you.
Okay. So we've got North Carolina Sustainable Energy.
Yes, sir. Justin Simlowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Thank you again to the panel for preparing your testimony and sponsored materials. But I'm going to be directing my questions exclusively to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, can you grab the NCSEA exhibit binder? I think it's that one right in front of Ms. Farber. Thank you. And can you turn to potential cross exhibit 79?
I'm there.
Okay. And upon your inspection, can you confirm that this is a printout of Duke Energy's website titled Bad Creek Pump Storage Project? And it has a URL address at the top of the page and is timestamped as May 18th, 2026.
I can see that on this, yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair Brawley, at this time, I would like to ask that NCSEA potential cross exhibit 79 be marked as NCSEA Cross Renewable Energy and Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 1 and be moved into the record.
NCSCA Direct for renewables and energy storage, or excuse me, Cross for renewable and energy storage direct, Exhibit 1, your potential Exhibit 79.
Correct.
Without objection?
No objection.
Identified and admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you to help me read into the record some excerpts from this. And I could spare you and I could do the reading and you can just confirm I can do that well. Can you turn to page 2 of 9, please?
I'm there.
And do you see the paragraph beginning the innovation of Bad Creek?
Looks like that's on page 3.
It is.
Let's see. Yes, it is. I apologize. Page 3 of 9. Thank you. I may not be able to count, but I'm going to try to read it. So this reads that the innovation of Bad Creek extends beyond power generation. When the grid experiences excess energy, such as during strong solar production, electricity is used to reverse the turbine's motion, pumping water from Lake Jocassee back uphill to the reservoir. This cyclical process allows Duke Energy to store surplus energy and release it when demand rises, providing a dynamic and reliable solution for energy management. Did I get that correct?
You read it correctly.
Thank you. And now I'm going to ask you to go to page 4 of 9 and read the second full paragraph beginning the operation of Bad Creek project.
You want me to read this one?
I can do it. But you're there?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you confirm that this reads the operation of the Bad Creek project has evolved as the mix of energy generating sources has changed over the past decades. The plant now alternates between generating and storing quote unquote pumping energy on a daily basis to help balance the regional transmission system during fluctuations such as increased power generation from solar sources. Current operations only use about 30 to 40% of the storage capacity of the upper reservoir.
You read that correctly.
Thank you. And the last one before I ask you questions on this, can you now go to 7 of 9?
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And I am now looking under the section project benefits. And can you confirm this paragraph reads, today, hydroelectric plants provide about 8% of Duke Energy's power capacity in the Carolinas, and along with solar voltaic installations, play an important role in bringing more renewable energy onto the power grid. With the ability to quickly go from zero to maximum power generation output, hydroelectric plants are ideal for meeting sudden changes in electricity demand. They can also help balance the power supply to keep the electric grid stable and reliable. Hydroelectric power remains a critical part of Duke Energy's diverse generation mix and is vital to delivering low cost and reliable electricity.
You read that correctly.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you going through that exercise with me. And regarding Bad Creek 2, how often during a event has the reservoir has been fully depleted, meaning you have to do a full charge? Is it always a partial charge?
I'm not the operation witness for our operation SME, but I'm not aware, at least from my dealings with our operation folks, that we've ever, other than for an outage of doing major maintenance, have ever ran the upper reservoir all the way down.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer and clarifying who I should follow up with.
I don't think we have an operations person from our hydroelectric facilities, but as you stated, and as I've stated before, we're only usually utilizing the upper 30 to 40% of that reservoir. And again, I'm not aware of it ever being depleted except for major maintenance.
Okay, thank you. And can you just help describe how pumped hydro storage is a complement to other resources?
Yeah, our pump hydro fleet, we have both Bad Creek and Jocassee. They both were initially built to help support our nuclear fleet. Our nuclear fleet likes to be able to run at full load 24/7, 365. And so in the evening time when peak would drop down, the pump storage would be able to pump and take that excess energy to pump it up to the top and be able to reuse that energy at time of need at other points in time. As stated in this document that you read, we've seen that it add on even more duty with excess renewables that have been on the system that provide excess, like on a sunny April day when load is low. Solar may be producing at its full output and we don't have the load. Again, we can then take and pump that water back up, store in that energy, and be able to use it at a time during need.
Thank you. And in Duke's proposed plan, there is increased in inverter-based storage resources. Can you describe some of the grid benefits that pumped hydro storage can provide that inverter-based resources cannot?
I'll take a high-level stab. Witness Holman could probably give a lot more detail to this, but as I think he even mentioned in his testimony that I believe yesterday, when he was on the stand, Bad Creek has, turbines that has spinning inertia that can be very beneficial to the grid and provides that today.
Thank
As
you.
well as, like I said, Mr. Holman may be able to give more details.
No, thank you. And then as we move forward through time and the grid continues to become more diverse, having additional capabilities like that would be beneficial, correct?
I think having additional storage resources could be beneficial, and I think Bad Creek could be an avenue to add that to the system, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
NC Warren.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Quinn. I'm the lawyer for NC Warren. I think all my questions will be directed to you, Ms. Farber. And I intended to do some questionings on the concept that you discussed in your testimony about development flexibility for battery storage, but I think most of those questions have been asked, and I've just eliminated most of my outlines. I think I'll be pretty succinct here. So I just want to close the loop on one thing on this development flexibility issue. Would you agree with me that the cost of battery storage is dropping?
I'm happy to have Witness Thompson answer since he is the battery SME.
I was wrong when I said directed to you. I apologize. Mr. Thompson, would you agree that the cost of battery storage is dropping?
I generally agree that over the long term, the cost of battery energy storage has gone down, and our execution plans and our planning efforts are taking advantage of that. There have been some short-term increases, but over the long term, it has been decreasing.
Okay. Once all the paperwork is done and you figure out how you're going to interconnect and all that stuff, how long does it take to construct a utility scale solar plus storage facility?
Well, it's a difficult question to ask because much of the work is involved in the early stage development. The interconnection portion of development is substantial in its complexity and in the focus of the development efforts. Having said that, on average, we are signing our major construction and major equipment purchase agreements somewhere between 18 and 24 months before the in-service dates of the associated assets. And that's something we expect to continue at least in the near term.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, from our recent solar and solar paired with storage procurements, again, there's a bell curve, but there are many projects that after their interconnection agreement is executed are expected to be online around 30 months after.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that answer. Regarding this interconnection issue, I mean, has the company analyzed, or companies have analyzed whether it's feasible to bring the generation closer to the load? Like, for instance, instead of putting these facilities in rural areas, bring it closer to the load, like in urban areas. Is that something the companies have considered?
Are you asking about solar or about energy storage?
I'm sorry. That's a great clarifying question. Solar.
Well, with solar, because you need quite a bit of land, it is really driven by the available land, by landowners that are willing to sell or lease their land. So you are looking for quite a bit of space for a solar facility.
Could you please look at NC Warren? I see it sitting right to the right. It's the closest notebook to me, sitting on the top. NC Warren's. There you go. Thank you. That's NC Warren's potential exhibits. Please turn to potential exhibit 19. And just for the record, I'll identify this as NC Warren Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Direct Exhibit 1. Have you, in the course of your career, relied upon the National Renewable Energy Laboratory?
I'm not sure what you mean about relied upon.
Well, you use their literature? Is it something you studied? Are you familiar with them? Any of that?
I'm generally familiar with NREL.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And they're a division of the United States government?
As far as I know.
Okay, they're generally considered to be reliable?
As far as I know.
Okay. Could you please turn in this exhibit that we're looking at to page 10?
I'm sorry, Mr. Quinn, is this the 2012 July NREL report?
Yes, ma'am. I see.
Yes, I'm there.
All right, so you see table 2 provides an estimate of the technical potential for urban utility scale photovoltaics by state, right?
I see that.
Okay, and you see North Carolina is listed there.
I see that.
And you see it lists for North Carolina that total potential as estimated by NREL would be 68,346 gigawatt hours.
I see that. Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you were aware of?
I was not aware of this stat, no.
Would that be you think it'd be a good idea for the companies to study that and whether that potential is actually realistic and executable?
I'm sure that our development team is very familiar with the potential for solar in the state of North Carolina.
Would you agree it'd be a good idea for that to be something to take in seriously in the study?
We certainly take into account many aspects of siting solar, and just the sheer amount of area is not the only statistic, but certainly one important one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions. All right. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Sace et al.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. David Neal, here on behalf of SACE et al. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to have some questions with some exhibits. I think they ended up on the floor, Mr. Smith, but just so they're handy. Thank you. But before I go there, Mr. Smith, in your portion of the panel's direct at page 34, you provided an update on development activities for the Bad Creek 2 project.
You give me the page number again.
Page 34.
All right, I'm there.
And then following on to the next page, on page 35, can you read the first sentence at lines 1 through 3?
As further addressed in Appendix H as well as Appendix K, development of the project has been slowed due to the decision to remove Bad Creek 2 from the 2022 DICES cluster.
Now, Mr. Smith, have you ever had a teacher explain the passive voice in English grammar?
Probably somewhere in my educational career, yes.
Do you recognize this sentence as a textbook example of the passive voice?
No.
Well, can you tell from reading the sentence who made the decision to remove Bad Creek 2 from the DICES cluster?
I don't know if from the exact sentence, I mean, the company made the decision to remove Bad Creek 2 from the DICES cluster.
And it was Duke that made that decision in February of 2025, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that that's just about 3 months after the commission ordered Duke to pursue all reasonable development activities to construct the Bad Creek 2 facility to be placed into service by 2034?
Yeah, I believe the order was in November of 24, so that's approximately correct.
Okay. And did Duke consider how removing Bad Creek 2 from the DICES cluster might be inconsistent with the commission's order?
I think we would recognize that it would be, I won't say inconsistent. I think the commission order told us to take reasonable steps for development. The reason the company exited the DICES process is evaluating other projects that were a part of that cluster, some with much earlier in service dates. And we recognize that if Bad Creek was removed, we would be able to bring on more generation projects that were in that cluster earlier. I think we saw after it was removed, there was 700 megawatts of generation that were able to be brought on earlier, I think approximately 47 months earlier than they otherwise would have, as well as we saw approximately $360 million of reduction of transmission costs for other projects that were in the 22 cluster process.
But Duke didn't come back to the commission before deciding to remove it from the DICES cluster, did it?
We did not come back to the commission. Again, in my testimony that we filed with the commission here, we gave an update to the commission on our decision to do that and why we did.
And going back to that sentence I had you read, by has been slowed, you would agree that Duke's decision to remove it from the DICES cluster has set back the project at least 6 years?
We anticipate the project now having an in-service date of 2040.
That's 6 years after 2034, correct?
Your math is correct, yes.
All right. Switching gears. Ms. Barber, in your role at Duke, do you keep up with the overall state of solar and battery storage, the market kind of in the United States?
Generally.
And you would agree that solar is a mature technology?
Fairly.
And would you agree that North Carolina utilities are not alone in procuring utility scale solar resources?
That's correct.
Chair Brawley, I'm going to be referencing a number of exhibits. I'll try to move quickly through them and not get bogged down. But first going to draw your attention to that exhibit notebook for potential cross exhibit 1. So it should be the first tab. And Chair Brawley would ask that SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 1 be marked as SACE et al. Cross Duke Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
And that's U.S. Energy Administration.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Brawley.
Just make sure I have the right one. All right, it is identified as SACE et al. Cross Renewables and Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Now looking down at the, so you see the headline, solar power generation drives electricity generation growth over the next 2 years.
Solar and battery storage to make up 81%.
Are you on, maybe you're on number 2.
Thank you.
So are we on the right
Solar
place?
power generation, yes.
And looking down at the, let's see, the second paragraph under the charts. And here, US EIA is referring to its short-term energy outlook, or STEO. Could you read that second paragraph?
In our STEO forecast, utility-scale solar is the fastest growing source of electricity generation in the United States, increasing from 290 BKWH in 2025 to 424 BKWH by 2027. Almost 70 gigawatts of new solar generating capacity projects are scheduled to come online in 2026 and 2027, which represents a 49% increase in U.S. solar operating capacity compared with the end of 2025.
Thank you. And by BKWH, you recognize they're referring to billion kilowatt hours?
Yes.
All right. And do you think that utility scale solar being the fastest growing source of new electricity generation being added to the United States in 2026 and 2027, is that a new phenomenon?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's turn to potential cross exhibit 2. And Chair Brawley will ask that this US EIA analysis dated December 26, 2024, be marked SACE et al. Cross Duke Renewable and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
So identified.
And you agree this is dated from December 26, 2024, and the headline is solar and battery storage to make up 81% of new US electric generating capacity in 2024.
I see that.
And looking at the graph below, you would agree that EIA reported that 36.4 gigawatts of utility scale solar were added to the grid in 2024, making up 58% of all new generating resources.
Yes.
And battery storage was next in line with 14.3 gigawatts.
Yes, I think this is planned since it came out before the end of the year, but it looks like that's their estimate for 2024.
And yes, and that's why I highlighted the date, December 26th. That's pretty late in the year. So hopefully they were up to date by then.
I don't know.
Maybe in the last few days, a few more added. But turning next to, again, try to move through these quickly. SACE Potential Cross Exhibit 3. This is the same kind of EIA analysis, but for 2025. And we would ask that this be marked SACE et al. Cross Duke Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 3.
So identified.
And here you would agree that this is a forecast, February 24th, 2025, of what US EIA was anticipating would get added to the grid in 2025, correct?
It looks that way.
And in 2025, at this point, EIA was tracking 32.5 gigawatts of solar to be added to the grid.
That's what it says here.
All right. And if we could just move to the next one, SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 4, which we would ask to be marked SACE et al. Cross Duke Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 4.
So identified.
And again, this is we're now at February 20th, 2026. You see that US EIA was anticipating 43.4 gigawatts of solar to be added to the grid in 2026.
Yes, that's what it says.
At a high level, are you familiar with ERCOT?
I know what ERCOT is.
So it's the Energy Reliability Council of Texas.
Yes,
And you would agree that that's Texas's energy-only wholesale market?
yes.
Are you aware of any climate or clean energy policies established under state law in Texas that would govern the procurement of energy resources in ERCOT?
I'm not familiar with Texas state law.
Going back to SACE et al. Cross Exhibit 1, so the first of this series of EIA reports. If we could just look at the third paragraph before we looked at the second. Could you just read that third paragraph where it says much of the utility scale?
Much of the utility scale solar generation capacity additions will come online in Texas. We expect that solar electricity generation supplied to the grid managed by the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, will grow from 56 BKWH in 2025 to 106 BKWH in 2027.
And if you don't mind just finishing that
Increasing
out.
the rest. Increasing amounts of battery storage capacity help to support the fluctuations in solar output during the day. The electric power sector plans to expand battery capacity in ERCOT from about 15 gigawatts in 2025 to 37 gigawatts by the end of 2027.
Thank you. Now, is it surprising to you that a wholesale energy market that lacks any carbon or clean energy policy requirements would be adding the largest amounts of solar or battery storage in the United States?
Texas is a very large state, so it would not surprise me that they have very large quantities of any type of generation.
And have you, in your work or life, noticed recent concerns about rising energy costs in the news?
I have heard that theme.
And have you seen, are you familiar with any research that shows that states that have adopted the most utility scale solar and wind resources have seen less electricity price increases than their counterparts?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. Are you familiar with any research or reporting that shows that those states that have adopted the largest quantities of utility scale solar and wind resources have seen less increases in their electricity prices than their counterparts?
I'm not aware of this, and I think it would probably matter what time horizon you're talking about as well.
It would. I agree. Maybe if we could just turn to SACE et al. Potential Cross Exhibit 10. Chair Brawley, this is an excerpt from the Lawrence Berkeley National Labs and Brattle Group report dated October 2025 that is looking at factors influencing recent trends in retail electricity prices in the United States. And we'd be asked that it be marked SACE et al. Cross Duke Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 5.
And that's your Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so marked.
On the second page of this, or not the second page, on the fifth page of this report, they summarize the 12 findings looking at recent utility rates from 2024. So this is a 2025 report looking at 2024. And I'm going to ask you just to look at of these 12 findings, number 9, which is that market-based utility scale wind and solar deployment do not appear related to recent increases in retail prices. instead some evidence of price reduction. And so if you skip ahead to page 37 of this report, which is that finding number 9, would it surprise you that the Lawrence Berkeley National Labs and Brattle found that on average, states with significant deployments of wind and solar did not see significant retail price increases for their electricity rates?
I'd be interested to know compared to what year. I mean, obviously there are many factors that go into retail rates. And if it's just talking about one state relative to their past year, that would be very different as opposed to looking at the retail cost of electricity from state to state. You know, obviously California has very different clean energy goals than other states, and they're also known for having higher prices as well. But maybe from 23 to 24 specifically, they didn't have much increase within those 2 years. I think there's probably a lot of factors that go into this.
And yes, and I think they note that California and Hawaii are outliers at the last bullet.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to further questioning on this document. The witness has not reviewed this. I don't think we have anyone here who can provide any explanation as to what was put into this report and to explain it. And I'm not sure that it's really relevant to her direct testimony.
Well, her direct testimony supports the inclusion of utility scale solar and batteries in Duke's NTAP. And it's evidence of how states with large volumes of solar have actually not seen the same kinds of retail rate increases as other states. So it's relevant to the affordability of Duke's plan and how large volumes of utility scale solar might increase the affordability of Duke's near-term action plan.
I hadn't been yet asked to rule on whether to admit this. I'm inclined to allow it in and give it the weight it deserves, in that it's a printed report from Lawrence Berkeley Laboratories, but we don't really know a lot of the background. So we'll just include it in the record and accept that it is questioned of its validity and relevance, and the commission will take that concern. We'll just put it in the record. You know, by the way, you haven't moved any of your others in, and in fact, Mr. Quinn didn't move his either.
I was
So at some point here, we got to come in and admit a lot of these.
I appreciate that, Chair Brawley. I was going to just do it at the end to try to
That's
speed
fine.
things along.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll accept that one, but giving it the weight it deserves.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. I'm going to just move on to SACE et al. Potential cross-exam exhibit number 12. We have a 12. I apologize. It's in the notebook, I believe. Do you have a 12?
It looks like a printed website, Duke Energy, Florida.
Yes. Chair Brawley, I don't know why you don't have a 12. It was one of ours. I'm happy to bring up the notebook that has the copy.
Yeah.
Chair Ball, if I may first.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it was a download error somewhere along. Right.
Okay.
Does opposing counsel have potential exhibit 12?
Does opposing counsel accept that this is your website?
Well,
As far as I can tell.
It's a Duke press release that was published on the Financial Times website.
Yeah. No objection.
All right.
So
No, I'm going to give him his book back.
it's fine. Well, we can get it later.
Okay. Assuming we can retrieve it.
Chair Prawley, thank you. We would ask that SACE at all potential cross-examining exhibit 12 be marked as our next exhibit. And of course, now I've lost count.
6.
That's exhibit, yeah.
I skipped one.
All right, so SACE et al. Cross Renewables Direct Exhibit 6, your potential exhibit 12.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brawley. So directing your attention to page 2 of this release, I just wanted you to well, first of all, in your role at Duke Energy, are you familiar with the Florida operations?
Not in detail, no.
Okay. Well, it's Duke's release, so hopefully we can take their word for it. If we look on page 2 under the heading, more savings, do you see where the third bullet reads, completing 4 new solar energy sites in Madison, Hernando, and Sumter counties, saving customers another $1 billion from displaced fuel costs?
I see that bullet.
And following that, Duke Energy Florida is passing on $65 million in Inflation Reduction Act tax credits to customers, which will only increase as more solar energy sites come online.
I see that bullet.
And that they anticipate this will save residential customers at least $2.50 per 1,000 kWh.
I see that.
Now, have you reviewed the evidence offered in this docket relating to solar and battery storage beyond your own testimony?
To some degree.
And has any party offered evidence that puts into doubt the value that Duke places on solar and battery storage as parts of a diverse resource mix that helps to reliably and affordably meet customer demands for energy?
I think there was quite a bit of support for solar and energy storage in our near-term action plan.
Well, has any party offered evidence that suggests Duke's cost assumptions used in its modeling do not fully account for the costs and benefits related to procuring and interconnecting solar resources on Duke's system?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
So,
Do you,
and at this time,
would you like to go? Yeah.
Ask to move into evidence SACE et al. Cross Duke Solar, I'm sorry, Duke Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibits 1 through 6.
No objection.
Okay, they're admitted.
Chair Brawley, I don't want to go out of turn, but if I can make a similar motion.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it because
Yep, thank you, sir.
I don't want to say that never mind. We'll just make sure that it's done.
NC Warren would move into evidence, NC Warren Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
No objection.
Okay, it's admitted. Okay, it's public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Will Freeman. I'm attorney with the public staff. Thank you for your work and help today. I'm going to ask you questions that are not designed to elicit confidential information, but if you feel like you need to divulge confidential information, please, we'll go into session and you can give that information to the commission, the parties. Don't feel hamstrung. This is your decision, not mine. So anything you need to say, please get it out there. I'd like to talk about Bad Creek 2. And so not Bad Creek, that's still operational. Everything's going fine there. I just want to talk about Bad Creek 2. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bad Creek 2 is a storage facility. It needs excess energy in order to provide power to the grid. Am I right?
Yes, it needs energy to be able to pump.
Okay. It is the price, as I understood it, was initially confidential, but Just to be completely safe, can you confirm that the estimated cost of Bad Creek 2, which I have on page 35 of your testimony, but I know that there's some issues going on over there, that the estimated cost can be publicly disclosed as well as the class 4 estimate?
I can confirm that.
Okay. Would you read the estimated costs so it's not me?
The version I have is a confidential version in front of me here, so I don't have.
It's okay. We removed the confidentiality after it was filed, so apologize for the confusion.
Yeah, so I don't have the number to read off. I'd have to go off of memory is what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand what you're telling me.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's okay. She's got it.
How about if I will say this and you tell me if I'm wrong?
If you read, I mean, I could verify what you're saying. I'm
Okay.
sorry, it's not.
Can we say that using the minus 30% to plus 50% class 4 estimate range, that it is 6.2 to $13.2 billion, which includes the 30% investment tax credit reduction?
That is correct.
And if we remove the federal investment tax credits, it would be 8.4 to 17.9 billion.
I don't believe that was in my testimony. I'm not saying it's incorrect. I just don't have it to.
Then let's go with, I want you to be safe. You're under oath, 6.2 to 13.2.
I agree with that.
Okay. If I were to do some math and add 30%, take out the 30%, it would be approximately the numbers I said. Is that fair?
I would agree. Subject to check, yes.
Thank you. Bad Creek 2 is, I mean, these are approaching, like, I can almost build a nuclear plant for some of these numbers, couldn't I?
I'm not sure the price of a nuclear plant. I think it's substantially more than that, but it is a high cost, yes.
Okay. Bad Creek 2 was not economically selected and is not in the NTAP. Am I right?
It is not in the NTAP on the economically selected. I know there was different sensitivities that were done, and I think the modeling panel would be able to speak more to that part of your question.
All right. Not in the NTAP.
That's correct. It was not in the NTAP.
So one of the things that Duke has asked for here is a deferral through 2028. And I believe this number is also not confidential, but would you, if you think it's not confidential, would you say it?
No, please move ahead. You're good.
You tell me the number.
Yeah, we are requesting to spend a total of 55.6 million. We've now, as I sit here today, have spent roughly 40 million. So additional roughly little over $15 million through the end of 2028.
Is it maybe closer to 19 million through 2028?
Again, I think I was referencing that we've now spent, I think at the time of my testimony, what we had spent to date, but I was saying as of now, as we're sitting here today, we've spent roughly $40 million to get us to the 55.6 is a little over $15 million.
And you're requesting a deferral? And by you, I mean Duke, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It's minor, we are requesting to continue development of this project and getting the commission as we have in the past and the previous two, even though this time we're now requesting less. We're asking for the same as what we've done in the previous two CPIRPs.
You'd agree with me that if the commission denied getting a deferral, that doesn't mean that Duke, let me say, that doesn't mean two things. That doesn't mean that Duke can't spend the money. And it doesn't mean that when Duke comes in and this is used and useful, that it can't recover that money. Are both those things true?
That's my general understanding. I'm not the rates expert, but that's my general understanding.
Okay. If you'll bear with me one minute. Thank you so much. I don't have any more questions.
Duke redirect.
No redirect.
All right. Y'all need a break. Okay, yeah, I thought you would. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll start with commissioners' questions. Let's go off the record. And go back on the record. So we're going to do commissioner questions. Well, I get to delete a lot. On Bad Creek 2, to what extent are the cost and execution risks being driven by near-term constraints such as labor availability, supply chain limitations, vendor capacity, and inflationary pressures?
I would say that the cost of Bad Creek is driven surely or mainly by just the sheer size of the project itself. It's a 6.5 or 7 year project that will take 11 million man hours per year with a lot of excavation of rock and removal of that rock as well as concrete, along with the equipment of the turbines and the generators.
Well, does moving the project to 2040 in-service date help the company avoid or mitigate some of the constraints?
I think it could maybe help mitigate slightly, but again, the cost from 2034 to what we originally had as our estimate in the last case, and then with the movement to 2040, we're seeing roughly a 6% increase, even with the movement of the in-service date.
Sure. Well, there's been a lot of discussion. Is there anything that you can think of that the commission should know that hasn't already been asked?
Yeah, I would just state there that I didn't have an opportunity to say, we are asking for dollars to continue the development of this project and continue to have it as an option for the future. I think as Witness Holman outlined yesterday, there are many benefits that Bad Creek 2 could bring to the system. And we believe that it's still a viable option for the future, as well as making sure that we are able to put us in the best position to save customers money with our ITC tax credit. And those dollars will help us do that.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Farver, what update can you provide us on how the 2025 solar procurement has been proceeding?
I will have more to share next week. The finalist notification.
Is that primarily in rebuttal or?
So actually, this is a real-time update, sort of hot off the press. We did send notifications to our finalists on May, I believe it was the 14th. And so they have 30 days, which puts us at Monday, June 15th, to accept or decline their offers.
Okay, then we'll delay it till next week. It'll be a better answer. I won't waste your time today. Can you talk about how you work with Mr. Snyder's team to ensure the modeling inputs for solar and storage, i.e. the solar reference costs, are informed by the PPAs that are being signed by Duke?
So the model uses utility-owned solar as the representative generic unit. And so we take those inputs and translate that to a levelized cost of energy that we can then compare to our RFP bid prices. And so we have a utility ownership track and a PPA track levelized cost of energy. We also combine it as a weighted average to have one solar reference cost as well. And so our report on the 2025 RFP will include how these projects stack up to that reference price. But the goal is that we are achieving a portfolio that is within a few % of that reference price. And so more details on that will be available in the confidential version filed with the commission the end of July. We also have a reference price that was based on our old IRP from the 2023, but we additionally calculated what the reference price would be from these 2025 inputs and made sure that there was alignment with our portfolio of finalists with the 25 updated numbers as well.
Okay. What has been the level of interest in provisional interconnection service from solar developers?
I know a little bit about this. I think Witness She will have more details about provisional service, but there has been some interest and there are some projects that are pursuing it. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, though.
All right, thank you. Other commission questions? Commissioner McKissick.
Chair Brawley, I think most of the questions I would have had have been asked and answered by interveners, and the record is relatively complete. Thank you.
You, Commissioner Tucker. Commissioner Gaida. We'll see you on rebuttal.
Chair Brawley, does anybody have questions on commission questions?
We have
You
no
know-
questions on commission questions.
You're right. I'm just so anxious to get out of here today.
As we all are. Yeah.
Are there any questions on commission questions? I apologize.
None from the public staff.
Mr. Smith, are you rising to ask questions?
No, sir, I'm rising to move out of the way. No questions from.
Okay.
And no questions from Duke.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duff. Would you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, I do.
Your witness.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley LaDon, team appearing on behalf of the companies. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Duff, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Timothy J. Duff. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
At the time of filing my direct testimony, I was the General Manager, Customer Solutions Regulatory Enablement at Duke Energy Business Services, LLC. Very recently, I transitioned into a new role as the Managing Director, Large Load Strategy and Enablement for Duke Energy Business Services, LLC. However, until this very recent transition, I was responsible for the development of strategies and policies related to the implementation of DSM, E, and EE for the companies, which included extensive involvement in the company's grid edge and customer programs.
Thank you. Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 38 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your direct testimony did not include any confidential information, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you also pre-file a summary of your direct testimony for the commission?
Yes, I did.
Chair Barley, at this time, I would ask that witness Duff's direct testimony be entered into the record as if orally given from the stand, as well as a summary of his direct testimony.
Okay, the direct testimony of Timothy J. Duff, consisting of 38 pages, will be entered as into the record as if delivered orally from the stand. His witness summary will also be entered into the record.
Thank you. Mr. Duff is available for questions from the parties and the commission.
Avangrid? Thank you. Seba?
I'll hold my questions for a moment.
Thank you. Sigfer?
I actually do have a few questions, Chair Brawley.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duff. Peter Ledford on behalf of the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ledford.
I have a few questions for you that I would like to run through real quick. And first, on page 6 of your testimony, you testify, quote, that the companies continue to take the necessary steps to implement the company's grid edge and customer programs to achieve the aggressive but achievable forecasts. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And I want to focus on that phrase, aggressive but achievable. Would you say that the companies are being aggressive with developing grid edge programs for all customers?
Yes,
And as a part of your testimony, you're sponsoring Exhibit E to the actual CPIRP itself.
that's correct.
And could you flip to page 18 of Appendix E, please?
I'm there.
And could you read those first two sentences at the very top of the page?
The large customer forecast historically begins with the current capability and builds a small increase in capability each year. It is a less aggressive build as macroeconomic conditions play a larger role in the participation than companies can influence through offering incentives.
So can you please clarify, are the companies being less aggressive with developing programs for large load customers?
No, it's not less aggressive. It's a recognition that the economics for those larger non-residential customers are different from the mass market. And so we continue to try to develop programs that will be attractive, but it is a more challenging task to do so.
I understand that it's challenging. Certainly would agree. They have to be highly tailored to this specific customer. But I want to key into the macroeconomic conditions that you reference. You're welcome to flip back to your direct testimony, but would you agree that grid edge programs are not modeled as economically selectable resources in the process, rather that they are modeled as a decrement to load?
So energy efficiency, yes, is a load modifier. DSM is viewed as a capacity resource, but it's not a selectable resource.
So if it's not a selectable resource, how can the commission be sure that the companies can't influence participation by offering further incentives?
So I can't speak for the commission's certainty. What I can say is that we have recently worked with a large number of stakeholders, including SIGFR, to develop potential modifications and new programs to try and provide incentives to get more customer participation.
Thank you. I'd like to switch gears a little bit. On page 9 of your testimony, you testify that, quote, the company's grid edge and customer programs continue to provide meaningful opportunities for customers to adopt new technologies and behaviors that allow them to save energy and money. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And do the companies offer any grid edge or customer programs that would allow large load customers to co-locate generation?
So I think we do have some new offerings that do take into account customers' backup generation. So there is a Power Share 50 offering that is available for backup generators that can be used up to 50 hours a year, subject to the environmental limitations that used to be put on those generators. And the company actually worked to get the Department of Energy to agree that, yes, we'd be able to use those and not have them impact the customer's ability to utilize the backup generation, but use those for reliability purposes. And so, yes, I do think there are programs that can help offset the economics of customers choosing to locate generation on their facilities.
And just to be clear, though, the Power Share 50 program, which I understand SIGFR supports, but the Power Share 50 program is for backup generation, and that generation is subject to Clean Air Act requirements so that it can only run certain hours out of the year.
Hence the 50, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And so that's a little bit different than some of the co-located generation that we're hearing about in other locations, other jurisdictions.
You'd have to be more specific with your position on other jurisdictions and co-location. The company also does offer a on-site generation program in DEC and a Premier Power option in DEP that can, again, try and help customers wishing to have backup generators, not necessarily the ones that are limited to 50 hours cited on their premises. And then the company also recently filed a non-residential storage demand response program that would also, not that it's traditional generation, but it would allow for storage resources to be located on customer premises.
And certainly appreciate that, but storage in and of itself is not generation. It's, limited resource.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. EDF.
Hi, Ben Smith for the Environmental Defense Fund. Just a very few couple questions. I forgot my name tag, but I won't be here long. Mr. Duff, on page 36 of your testimony, you provide an overview of the company's clean energy program offerings.
Yes.
And I was a little surprised because this was a pretty concise couple of pages talking about these, but I was hoping, and knowing that you touch on this a little bit in rebuttal, but I was hoping you can give me a little bit of an update on the gradient source advantage choice in terms of what the full capacity is going to be for that program and as it over the years that it's open, and what the current reservation amount is.
I don't have the current reservation. I think part of the reason that there is the level of brevity is that as those programs are structured, they're really about other resources that we're allowing customers to utilize for the purposes of offsetting their generation with clean energy. So they're getting clean energy credits, but those resources are factored into the IRP in other areas. So that's why it's a little bit more brief than what you might expect. What I would say is that, in 2024, after a lot of stakeholder work, the latest iteration of the Green Source Advantage Choice Program was approved to give customers more options to work directly with third parties and then the company to contract for those credits. As well as the resource acceleration option was added that directly allowed customers to potentially work with bidders in the solar RFPs that weren't selected to try and work with them around the clean energy attributes to try and make those programs economic and get them brought back in to be considered in future IRPs. So those were some of the changes that were done. Again, what I would say is there's also been some other changes that I heard being discussed earlier around tax credits that are also kind of being gauged by the market right now. And so while I can't say that we've had a tremendous amount of success, we think it needs a little bit more time to understand how these programs in their current structure, which was developed over a pretty long time with a lot of stakeholder engagement, are in fact effective.
Thank you. And I was happy to hear congratulations on your new position. And I hope that it's okay if I ask this. Are you working in your new position in a manner that will connect the large load customers with these clean energy programs at all?
I'm still learning my new role as I'm part of the transition. But yes, I envision that we are going to try to develop programs for large load customers that can meet their needs while ensuring that other customers aren't harmed or actually are benefited by such programs.
And in your experience, I know in particular PowerPair, but other, you found some value in working through stakeholders to implement new plans like this?
Yes, I think it's a great way to get insights into what the market is seeking and understand different customer perspectives. So yeah, I think a stakeholder process can be beneficial when developing different program offerings.
Last question is, in your new role, do you anticipate that you'll be using your experience in stakeholder leadership to connect some of these clean energy programs with interested large load customers?
That might be a little bit early for me to speculate, but I am a big believer in the value of stakeholder processes and to the extent that that can work in my new role, I would probably like to leverage that ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. I do have a few questions here.
Yes, Mr. Blumenthal.
Good to see you again, Mr. Duff. Ethan Blumenthal for the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Turning to page 9 of your testimony, I think we've already hit a little bit, but you reference, in reference to the summary of your Grid Edge programs, you testify that, quote, collectively, these programs and initiatives play a critical role in the company's execution plan because they reduce or defer the need for traditional supply-side resources by empowering customers and the companies with a variety of tools to manage electrical use, while also potentially resulting in lower monthly bills. Did I hopefully copy down that right?
You did.
Great. Would it be fair to say that the company's suite of energy efficiency programs fit within that overall description?
Yes, it's an important part of the Grid Edge category.
Great. And then would it also be fair to say that increasing the amount of energy efficiency achieved would serve to increase the benefits described in that phrase in terms of those benefits being both to grid reliability and potentially customer affordability?
Not necessarily. One of the important tenets that we run our EE, DSM, and Grid Edge programs through is through a cost effectiveness screen. That ensures that the benefits that are being realized by the system are in fact greater than the costs that are going to be borne by customers for those Grid Edge programs, energy efficiency, and specifically in this instance. So I can't just say increasing energy efficiency will necessarily create more of those benefits because I don't know if they're cost effective or not. And so while the company believes that energy efficiency is an important tool to shrink the challenge of meeting load and is considered upfront as a load modifier, to simply say to do more would be beneficial is really an overreach.
Okay. Could you please turn, I neglected to see exactly where our potential cross binders is up there. It's up there somewhere. I could come help find it if need be. I know we got a jungle of binders. May I approach the witness to help find our binder? Or maybe put on the ground.
I got it.
Okay, there we go. Great, thank you. Could you please turn to potential NCSEA Exhibit 32? And recognizing that you did not produce the answer to this discovery question, does it generally look familiar to you?
Just a second.
Yes, please review.
Yes, it does have an objection in it, but it does look like an answer that I'd be familiar with.
Thank you. And we'll probably be talking about the next couple pages, so go ahead and.
So, Mr. Blumenthal, do you want to identify this?
Yes, I was just making sure, laying the foundation that that it was identified. Chair Brawley, I'd like to at this time ask that potential NCSEA Exhibit number 32 be marked NCSEA Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
So it's NCEA Cross Grid Direct Exhibit 1 is your potential Exhibit 32, so identified.
Thank you. So the companies utilize various different cost effectiveness metrics to measure the energy efficiency programs, right?
Yes, there are four accepted screens that we use to assess cost effectiveness.
Could you briefly just describe those?
Sure. There's the utility cost test, the total resource cost test, the ratepayer impact measure test, and the participant test. They each give slightly different perspectives in terms of the benefits and the costs that they consider.
Thank you. And then turning to the 2 pages that are labeled Fields Exhibit 7B for either utility DEC or DEP. As compared to the pages 7A, the only difference between those, 7A does include non-energy benefits, as I believe, and then 7B is excluding those non-energy benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, consistent with the terms of the revised EEDSM cost recovery mechanism, which went into effect January 1 of 2025. The company agreed in that mechanism that it would provide a TRC test result, including non-energy benefits, for illustrative purposes and educational purposes, and then it would also show it without those non-energy benefits being included as well.
Great, thank you. And so then looking at the bottom line across those, for each of the 4 cost effectiveness tests utilized by the company across the portfolios, the number is at least 1 or greater in each of those. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Great. And any number greater than 1 represents more benefits to the system than costs incurred. Is that?
That is correct.
Great. And so then would it be fair to say that increasing the portfolio as a whole, or specifically those programs that are 1 or above, would serve to produce more benefits to the system than costs incurred to pursue them?
Well, I think those caveats are important. What you said was, first of all, you're talking about the overall portfolio, which is going to be an average of all the programs. So if you're doing more energy efficiency, let's say in the low income sector where you have much higher program costs and those programs aren't cost effective, that could drag down your portfolio score. And then the other thing is that there is also a question of whether you're always going to maintain those cost effectiveness results over time, because we do very robust measurement and verification to find out what the actual savings that are being realized are. And those values can go up or down over time. And so if they went down, just doing more may not necessarily be cost effective. And in addition to the M&V, the system benefit values that are utilized to determine cost effectiveness, those too can change over time. So I can't make the blanket statement that just doing more of the existing portfolio over time would in fact be cost effective.
Okay, thank you. I think it might make sense to go ahead and ask for this exhibit to be moved into the record at the approach.
So SCA cross grid edge direct E1 without objection
No objection.
it's admitted.
Thank you. Now turning to the company's plan for the energy efficiency portfolio and how that forecast is developed. When developing the energy efficiency forecast, is it fair to say that the companies rely on the market potential study produced by Resource Innovations and the updated input?
The market potential study is one important piece of the process of developing the long-term forecast. In the early years, we look more heavily at our program managers and understand what we're currently seeing in the market for market trends in terms of trying to put together the forecast. As you get further out, there's less certainty, but those market potential studies at that point in time are a third-party estimate that stakeholders have an opportunity to give input into to let us know how much efficiency can be saved. And so we use that to help inform the long term. And then finally, we apply the modeling assumption, which is that 1% minimum every year of annual eligible retail sales. So it's a multi-step process, but yes, the market potential study is used to inform that long-term forecast.
Great. Would it be fair to say that you utilize a 5-year plan for the early years and then turn to that market potential study for the further out years?
Well, it's still a blend because the market potential study is a tool that the program managers use as well. But yes, that goes to the out years. But as I said, on top of that, we also apply the modeling assumption floor. So there is no concrete, the first 5 years is this. But generally, it's most heavily informed by the program management budgets and forecasts. Yes.
Thank you. Could you please turn to potential NCSEA exhibit number 34? So.
I'm there.
Could you just review it again, note recognizing you did not actually produce the discovery response? So please familiarize yourself and does it look familiar, seem accurate?
I've looked at it, yes.
Great, thank you. At this time, Chair Brawley, I'd like to ask that potential NCSEA exhibit number 34 be marked as NCSEA Cross Grid Edge and Customer Programs Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
Okay, so NCSEA Cross Grid Edge Duff Direct Exhibit 2, which is NCSEA potential number 34 is identified.
Thank you, and I'll go ahead and ask for that to be moved in the record just to keep things. If that's
Without objection?
No objection.
So ordered.
Great, thank you. So in response to subpart B, asking about how the market potential study was used in relation to the development of the company's energy efficiency forecast, the answer provides that the market potential study is used to inform the EE-based forecast and each sensitivity beyond the first 5 years. The first 5 years of savings are informed by the company's 5-year plan, 2025 to 2024. Right.
Yes, that's what it says.
Great. And is that accurate? Again, accounting for the floor, the 1% floor.
The 1% floor and the fact that the market potential study is a tool that's used by the program managers to help inform that first 5-year budget.
Great, thank you. So as I understand it, for this process, the base planning period goes from 2026 through 2040. For clarity of the record, where in this proceeding have the companies described this 5-year plan?
I don't think that the 5-year plan specifically was described in the proceeding. It's a budgetary plan that is used internally and used on an annual basis in the annual EEDSM rider proceedings to give the commissions an idea of what we think is going to occur. Again, it's kind of a point in time look, because obviously if you over or underachieve in a year, that's going to impact your market the following year. But no, I don't believe the 5-year plan was provided as part of this proceeding.
Thank you. Now turning to NCSEA potential exhibit 80. This is a white paper from the Electric Power Research Institute, or EPRI, entitled Enabling Distributed Energy Resource Solutions and Distribution Operations, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Great. Are you familiar with this report?
Not very familiar with it, no. I may have seen it before, but I can't say I could cite really anything in it.
Okay. For clarity, should I think, go ahead and move this into the record as well, or I can wait until after cross?
We'll go ahead and identify it.
Oh, sorry, skipping a step.
All right, so it's going to be NCEA cross for Grid Edge Direct Exhibit 3, your potential Exhibit 80
Yes.
is identified.
Thank you. I apologize for skipping that step, and could I go ahead and ask that that be moved into the record at the appropriate place?
Without objection?
Chairman Brawley, I would note that
We'll wait.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and establish it.
Yes. So we already said you're generally familiar. You're familiar with EPRI?
Yes, generally.
Great. And would you consider them to be an expert resource in this space?
I really can't speak to their expertise on this matter. They wrote a white paper, so they.
Fair enough. Could you please turn to page 5? I think that first orange tab may help you get there a little faster. Great.
I'm there.
Great. And then could you please read for me and for the record the second paragraph under the need for roadmap and cost recovery plan for foundational investments header? I think it starts with recognizing that the transition is underway.
Sure. Recognizing that the transition underway is a multi-step process and that the pace of change within the industry continues to accelerate, a well-developed strategy is key to achieving utility objectives, meeting state and local goals, and minimizing risk. Utilities need to understand where they currently stand and where they envision going in order to develop their strategy. Depending on where a utility lies in the broad spectrum of technology adoption, process standardization, and overall grid modernization efforts, the pathway to achieving the stated vision of the distribution operations organization will differ, but all utilities will likely need to undertake many initiatives and investments.
Great, thank you. Then turning to the next page, there's a graphic detailing what EPRI calls a framework for strategic roadmap development, saying in the 3 sentences below that graphic, this high-level process provides guardrails for distribution grid modernization planning. Having clear objectives that convey scope and expectation helps ensure that the plan is focused and achievable. Considering the broader implications through an integrated planning lens identifies foundational investments that may benefit multiple disciplines within the utility. Did I read that off accurately, I think?
Yeah, it's just so high level. I don't know exactly what it applies to, but yeah, you read it correctly.
Okay, so I recognize you just said that was high level, and it was trying to be high level. Would you agree that establishing a clear plan feeds into an integrated resource plan option so that grid edge resources are considered alongside other resources within the utilities portfolio?
I'll be honest, Mr. Blumenthal, I didn't see grid edge resources referenced in the paragraph I read or the sentence that you read.
Okay, I will reframe and ask, would you agree that it says, keeping in mind that the title of this report is about distribution resources, that it would be referencing distribution resources writ large as far as considering them in an integrated resource planning?
Chairman Brawley, if might be heard, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I would note that the witness at the top of this line of questioning note that he is not familiar with the document. And so other than being able to confirm that Mr. Blumenthal has correctly read the documentation, I don't see how there's relevant to Mr. Duff's direct testimony. So if Mr. Blumenthal wants to ask questions with respect to his testimony, certainly that would be proper. But to ask Mr. Duff to continue to go through a document that he's already identified that he's unfamiliar with and the authors are not present in this room is not reasonable at this time.
Mr. Blumenthal?
I believe these questions are tailored to the idea of the execution plan, but we can hold this for rebuttal, I believe, where planning and the appropriateness of such testimony is, I think, addressed a little more directly.
Okay, I appreciate your understanding on this. So NCSEA cross grid edge Duff direct number 3 on potential 80 is not admitted to the record.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Give me just 1 second. Now turning to page 18 of your direct testimony, this is where you describe the forecasted level of energy savings of 1% as aggressive but reasonable path forward. I believe you do that a number of places, but it's one of the places.
Yes, it is one of the places.
Great. And then the following page, you have graphics for the amount of energy saved annually under that 1% scenario, 1.5% high case, as well as a low case scenario. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Then turning back to our binder of potential exhibits, now looking at number 81.
I'm there.
Thank you. This is a February 2021 white paper published by ACEEE called Faster and Cheaper Demand Side Solutions for Rapid Load Growth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And are you familiar with this report?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with either of the authors?
No.
Okay. Appreciate that. I guess we will potentially mark this for now as or I would ask that this be marked NCSEA exhibit, potential exhibit 81 marked as NCSEA cross grid edge and customer programs panel direct exhibit now 3. Identified.
Okay, we'll identify it.
Thank you. Using the second blue tab on the top, please turn to page 8.
I'm there.
Great, thank you. And then could you please read for the record the first paragraph under the better headline?
Sure. DSM offers numerous advantages over supply-side solutions while serving as a complementary component to them. It provides a hedge against load and price uncertainty. Ratepayers in vertically integrated markets are often on the hook for new supply expenses, whether load materializes or not. Should load emerge, DSM lightens the load that must be met with generation resources at lower cost than new supply-side investments. Should load not emerge, the utility will have procured a least cost energy resource that benefits both participating customers and other ratepayers by reducing energy and capacity costs. Demand-side measures also buy utilities time to meet near-term energy needs while waiting to see which loads will actually materialize.
Thank you. Do you agree with this sentiment?
I think there's parts of it that make sense to me, yes.
Great. Thank you. Could you now use that third blue tab, or I think it's the next tab there for you, to turn to page 29?
I'm there.
Great. And then the first couple sentences of that last paragraph read, EPRI finds that utilities energy efficiency programs can realistically reduce annual electrical consumption by over 365 terawatt hours by 2040. This would constitute an 8% reduction in the total estimated annual electricity consumption projected by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Is that?
That's what it says.
Great.
I think, but if you look at Duke, if Duke's doing 1% a year, we would be higher than 8%.
Okay. And so then turning to that next page, the graphic showing North Carolina has an 8.8 total energy efficiency achievable by 2040. Is that that's correct?
That's what it says.
And
I'm not sure how they came up with that number, but I can tell you, looking at our forecast, if we're doing 1% a year, we'll be significantly over 8.8%.
And that is including the increased load forecasts as well. Yeah,
It's
applied to the 1% over time.
The base case is 1% of those annual retail sales that were used in the load forecast. I'm not sure. We didn't update it for the the high load, advancing pipeline case, I don't believe, no.
Okay. Some of these have been helpfully asked essentially by some of my colleagues. I do have some questions regarding power pair, though I'll put it to you. Do you believe, would that be better for rebuttal, or should we? I know you go into that in both places.
I'll leave it to you. I did discuss it in both places, yes.
Well, then let's jump in, and if you would like to defer to rebuttal, just let me know. Page 22 of your testimony specifically, you discuss how the company's modeled power pair, including as a selectable resource within one sensitivity, but it is otherwise modeled as a load modifier, correct?
So it depends on which component of power pair you're talking to. Power pair was complex, so it was modeled in different ways. For one cohort of the power pair pilot, they participated in the demand response program. So that would not have been modeled as a load modifier. That would have been part of a peak reduction associated with DSM. The solar component of the power pair program would have been shown as a load modifier, yes.
Great, thank you. And then talking a little bit, and then the sensitivity itself that was run, recognizing you didn't do the modeling yourself, other witnesses handled that, but just at a high level, it did indicate that future capacity of the program could be beneficial.
I think it was looking at that demand response piece, but yes, I think that the battery this demand response component of power pair is an attractive offering moving forward.
Great. And would you agree that power pair has served to increase the amount of batteries being installed in attached to solar systems as well?
So I think that was the intent of the pilot, was to create incentives or subsidies for the installation of solar and storage from customers. But those direct power pair installation incentives weren't tied to any specific utility control or benefit. They were part of a commission ordered pilot designed to try and get that combination of solar and storage on the system, and then get some learnings regarding the potential for demand response, as well as customer control and what they would do if they were trying to leverage the storage component with time of use rates.
Great. And would you say that this program has seen a high level of interest from customers?
Yes, I think with both DEP and DEC, we're close to having what was designed to be a 3-year pilot completely subscribed. DEP is in fact done. And we've seen, but one thing we did see was that we had to actually enforce the limits to make sure that we had a sample in the cohort that wasn't eligible for demand response, which really taught us that the customers seemed to find the incentive worthwhile to participate and give us control of the storage resources to dispatch as a VPP. So that's occurred, and then we did see DEP fill in the TOU cohort, and DEC, I believe now is fully subscribed for the DR component, and it has a little bit of capacity left in the time of use rate cohort. The only thing I should point out, Mr. Blumenthal, is we saw a exceedingly high rush in the last part of 2025 because of the big beautiful bill, which eliminated the 30% tax credit at the end of 2025. So yes, it was very popular, but there was another significant factor that was pushing participation in the end of 2025.
Understood. Thank you. And you touched on this a little bit in that last answer, though. Could you speak a little bit to the system benefits that have been achieved, recognizing that evaluation, measurement, and verification, EM&V, is still underway? But some of those system benefits, both to the solar and the storage components, as you've talked about them separately.
Yeah. So what I would say is that the The solar forecast, I believe, we felt was captured within the existing net metering forecast that was in the last CPIRP and in this CPIRP. So I won't say it created a lot of incremental solar that was versus what we had previously forecasted. However, the storage piece, the pilot did require that the new solar be combined with storage. And that piece we did see a significant increase in. It is important to note, though, that the DR program, which is what we really know delivers utility benefit from a dispatchability standpoint, we actually saw that I think through April, 17% of the total DR population wasn't in power pair, which means that other customers, absent the power pair incentives for solar and storage, have been installing batteries and like the DR program. So that was something that we have learned, is that we're seeing, while there's no doubt that the power pair installation incentives have likely driven some participation, we're seeing storage elsewhere, and we're seeing that customers, again, are willing to allow Duke to control that and provide peak reductions for the system, which is really encouraging.
Thank you. Now turning to page 26 of your testimony. Wait.
I'm there.
Thank you. While not included in the CPIRP, the DEC and DEP power share enhancements have since been approved by the commission and implemented, correct?
That is correct.
Great. And then for the proposed non-residential storage demand response program, would it be reasonable to assume that it could provide benefits similar to what we just talked about for power pair?
Yes. In fact, it was actually designed once we worked with customers and kind of looked at it ourselves to realize that because power pair was a commission-approved pilot under the CEPS program, it didn't have to be cost-effective, and so that funding source would not be eligible for opt-out as the DR component would be. So we realized quickly that you couldn't really structure a pilot for the CEPS, for a CEPS component and a DR component, because the customer, you'd essentially be requiring them to opt into the DR component. So instead, the proposal that was put forth was a demand response program for non-residential customers. And we tried to take some of the learnings of power pair and take the incentive that instead of being paid out on kind of a monthly basis, it would be paid, we would take some of that incentive and shift it up front and pay a higher amount up front based off of the storage capacity. And then also put in a component that said that upfront capacity incentive that was strictly tied to the storage capacity level would also have a 25% increase in it if in fact that customer had solar on site in addition to the storage. There was no incentive provided for the solar, but that storage was viewed to be more valuable to the system because it wouldn't be taking as much energy from the system if the customer had solar. So we tried to take some of the elements and actually put it into a workable, cost-effective demand response program for non-residential customers. And that program is still pending.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Duff. I believe that concludes my questioning. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Blumenthal.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
We do need to make one correction. On your last exhibit, I'm recording that as NCSEA Cross Grid Edge Direct 4 potential from your potential exhibit 81. Do you want that admitted?
Yes.
Is there objection?
There is an objection, Chairman.
Okay, all right. I will once again disallow it but I will tell you the reason for the changing the number. While it is not admitted as evidence, it will be part of the record and will be available for an appeal if there is one.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Brawley.
Okay. NC Warren, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Good afternoon, Mr. Duff. I think we've met a few times. My name is Matthew Quinn. I'm a lawyer for NC Warren. I got a few questions. Just to kind of get us context for what we're going to talk about. I think you'd probably agree that for several years, many parties to this docket have advocated for greater implementation of behind-the-meter solar plus storage. Is that fair to say?
I guess I can't really speak to that in the context of this docket, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, that's been a common dynamic in other proceedings before the commission. Interveners advocating for greater implementation of behind-the-meter solar plus storage.
I would say I'm aware of that from the Power Pair pilot program, as well as the non-residential demand response program that we've put forward. Yes.
I promise I didn't mean that to be controversial.
Okay.
I just, let's try to get started. Okay. Now, to reliably project how behind the meter solar plus storage will help the companies reduce load on its system, is it important for the companies to perform a reliable forecast of the amount of behind the meter solar plus storage that will be installed?
I would probably yield that question to one of our modelers in terms of how they incorporate it into the model, or Mr. Holman on how they incorporate it into the reliability models.
Are you the right witness to ask questions about the company's forecast of behind the meter solar?
The net metering piece? Is that?
No, sir. Just the company's forecast of behind the meter solar. Are you the right witness to ask questions about that? Or is that
No, I don't think I would.
Who should I ask those questions to?
I think that would be the modeling panel.
Okay, gotcha. I'll hold off then. Thank you very much.
You're through?
Oh, sorry. Yes, those are all my questions. I apologize.
All right, thank you, sir. Sace.
Good morning, Menashe Megru for Sace et al. I think my questions will be pretty short. I think some of them were covered by counsel already. Let me just get situated here. Okay, Mr. Duff, you discussed with counsel for Sigford that you're sponsoring Appendix E. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Can I have you turn to the first full paragraph on page 33 of Appendix E? This is under the behind the meter generation and storage section.
I'm there.
All right. So towards the end of that paragraph, do you see the sentence where the companies note that and I'm quoting here, the modeling included in the plan, i.e. the carbon plan or CPIRP, excludes any impacts from these resources, referring to behind the meter storage. You see that? Should be towards the end of that.
I see the modeling included in the plan excludes any impacts of from these resources.
Right. So that refers to standalone storage behind the meter?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm scrolling down here. Did you have the chance to review the direct testimony of Sace et al. Witness Jake Duncan?
I did a long time ago when I was working on rebuttal, but I would need it in front of me.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you any sort of detailed questions, just putting that in there for the record. He states in there, but I think we can just sort of cut to the chase here. You would agree that the companies did not include non-power pair solar plus storage systems in their modeling, correct?
Not as part of the utility forecast, because if a customer has solar and storage and we don't know about it, or it's not enrolled in our programs, it's not really a resource. It would show up in the load forecast. So to the extent it's picked up in that way, I think it is included, but we didn't include it in any of our forecasts because it's not part of a utility program.
Okay, so I think you probably answered my next question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Companies also did not forecast future behind the meter storage, correct?
So I don't think that's correct.
Okay.
If you're saying we did have a component of that in our forecast, specifically around the power pair cohort, where we were looking at the behind the meter storage DR, but from a customer not enrolled in the DR program, we really have limited ways to forecast what they're going to do. That was one of the goals of the power pair pilot, was to learn how a customer who just gets storage, how they use it and what impact it is on the system. But the reality is that resource will show up in the long-term load forecast. And since those customers likely are on a TOU rate, you would see it in our kind of long-term TOU forecast. So it is picked up, but not necessarily directly.
Okay, and I think your clarification kind of got at the substance of what I was saying, which is really sort of non-power pair. But anyway, we can move forward. Turning back to page 33 of Appendix E, and this is under the landscape section, and I'll just wait until you're there.
Page
33.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's on my page 34.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see the landscape
Yeah,
section?
now I'm there.
All right, cool. Companies note, and this is in the second full paragraph in this section, that North Carolina solar plus storage systems increased from make sure I have this right, my site is bad, 0.5% of all behind the meter solar installations in 2019 to 37% in 2024. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And you noted during questioning with counsel for NCSEA that batteries are an attractive option for power pair participants. Do you recall that?
I think I said battery DR
Okay.
is the more attractive option. But I think the other thing I referenced was that there were the power pair incentives, which were just to try and get customers to install, had no necessarily utility direct benefit tied to them. But then there also was tax credits available, and those things we felt like were helping to drive the storage adoption last year in particular.
Okay. I have some other questions, but I think some of the statements you've already said on the stand, I think answer them. And in the interest of time and efficiency, I think I'm gonna hold on my questions. I reserve the right to ask questions on commissioner questions, and anything else I'll just ask on rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. So public staff,
I'm going to hold my questions for rebuttal. Thank you.
okay. Duke, on redirect,
No redirect questions.
we're rolling. Mr. Duff, I've got a few staff questions. When we've already I want to really ask this again. Please explain how a 1% annual EE savings is simultaneously a minimum floor, aggressive, and reasonable, as described on page 18.
Sure. So the minimum annual floor is a modeling assumption. And if you look at our annual achievements, right now we're above 1%. In 2025, DEC was at 1.55% of eligible retail sales, and DEP was at 1.34% of eligible retail sales. So we're over that 1%. What we believe is that we will continue to work with stakeholders and with the commission to enable us to be able to achieve that level over the long term. It is aggressive, and if you asked for a direct map on how we get 1% every year, I would tell you that that's not something that we can give you. What we can give you is that we have a very robust portfolio of offerings that we regularly update. Every 2 to 3 years, we have a market potential study performed where we get stakeholder input on different efficiency technologies that can be offered. So we're making sure that it is in fact a comprehensive, robust portfolio. And then we also get input into what incentive levels could be helpful. Are there program designs that could get those efficiency technologies adopted? And working with those, we'll put new programs. And if the commission sees them to be cost effective and agrees that they would be prudent, we'll offer those programs. And we've had a strong track record for over a decade and a half now of doing just that, of continuing to work and advance the portfolio. Is it going to be a challenge to continue to identify new things? Yes. But because of the resource plan allows us to check and adjust, we think that it is a reasonable assumption to ensure that people who would question, are you doing enough over the long term? We can answer that and say, we have very aggressive, but we've shown we can achieve them in the short term. And therefore, we think we can work with them and with the commission to develop a plan to get there in the long term.
On pages 9 and 10 of your testimony, you note that inflation and cost of efficient equipment is affecting customer engagement and willingness to participate in Grid Edge program. Is Duke doing anything or proposing to do anything to mitigate these higher costs to participate?
So one of the things that we did as part of the modifications to the programs that were approved prior to January 1, 2025, they went into effect in January, was we went through and we looked at and updated our incentive levels to be more in line with the system benefits that they were generating. And that allowed us to increase the incentive levels. The system benefit values, as you all know, the avoided energy and avoided capacity, all those costs are going up. And since that's what we're avoiding, by looking at those updated values, we were able to increase the incentive levels, maintain cost effectiveness, so all customers are benefiting from these programs, but increase the incentive levels to make participation more attractive, even with the inflation that we have seen across the board that has impacted efficient technologies.
Well, on page 7 of Appendix E, Duke notes that finding and retaining a workforce for EE remains a challenge for Duke Energy's vendors and trade allies. What analysis has Duke conducted to evaluate the possibility of bringing this capability in-house, for example, through apprenticeships, cross-training, or retraining staff in other divisions like coal?
So what I would say is we regularly look at our program administration. A lot of the skill sets that are required for the efficiency work aren't necessarily what our workforce is currently trained to do. And frankly, it is more economical to use labor on the outside than on the inside of Duke. So we have done those evaluations, and I can tell you in other jurisdictions, we've actually had to move things outside. Now, there are cases where we have made the decision to bring things in-house. So for example, the My Home Energy report, we realized that we could not only do it better and cheaper than the third party who we were working with, we were able to do it and make changes more quickly to make the engagement more relative. So there was an example where we did look and say we could bring it in-house. But the skill sets that we're talking about are one of the biggest voids are certified installation installers. It's a very hard field to find. I'm not sure why, but it is something that we've worked and we've talked with our vendors about potential community college classes to try and get them, because there's a difference between workforce and highly qualified workforce. And we want to make sure that the workforce that's doing this is the highest of quality, because if it isn't, then their customers aren't going to realize the savings that they're expecting from going through these efficiency measures.
Thank you, sir. Questions from other commissioners? You got one? Commissioner Guida.
Thank you, Chair. So on page 32 of your testimony, you briefly referenced time of use rate offerings. This topic may get a lot of treatment during a general rate case, but I'm bringing this up here because of the significant attention in this docket brought to the capacity needs for a winter peaking system. Can you just say a little bit about how does the company view its residential time of use rates with respect to its DSM strategy? Is it a part of the DSM strategy for the CPIRP process?
It has to be. We view it as part of the grid edge process. So it is considered, and it really has to be because of the interactive effects. For example, let's say that you signed up for a TOU rate. You're going to likely modify your usage so that you're not using during peak periods. Now, if we were to then go and sign you up for a demand response program, we're not going to see the same reduction during peak that we would in a customer who wasn't on TOU, who hadn't changed the way they were using their HVAC equipment. So we need to make sure that we're factoring in those interactive effects. So yes, we do consider it as part of the overall customer programs and grid edge.
Okay. Do you consider it a strategy in such a way that you desire to encourage customers to move to those rates?
Yes, we have been actively working towards getting more participation. I believe in the last multi-year rate plan, we established a performance or PIM to recognize the need to try and actively promote. So I think that there has been significant recognition and efforts internally to try to get customers to switch to TOU rates, as well as trying to develop tools to help them understand what switching to TOU rates could mean for them.
Okay, great. That leads into my last question. Does the company engage in any customer education efforts on the impacts of electric heat pump auxiliary heating and electric resistance heating on their winter bills, especially considering things like customers' lack of insulation and other factors?
So we do work with customers to understand at a more high level the impacts of heating. It's kind of a complex topic, to be honest, with customers to understand that there's auxiliary heat, which is essentially heat strips that during those really cold times are operating. A lot of customers just think that they hear the compressor moving outside and that's what's doing it all. They don't understand. We've tried to have some conversations, and that is actually something that has been one of the focus of our My Home Energy report, is to try to get them to understand that there's a difference between cold and real cold, because it does have a difference on the amount of usage that is occurring during the peak. So we've done things more specifically, like creating a power hours application within that program that tells customers, hey, we're always telling you when it's cold to turn on your thermostat. This is a day where it really matters, because that's more salient and meaningful to them than trying to explain there's these little metal strips that in your air handler that go on when it's super cold.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, questions on commissioners' questions? Mr. Yeah, Mr. Margarita.
It's Margarita.
Margarita,
yeah.
I apologize.
No worries. Chair Brawley had a question, and I think it was really kind of reconciling the company's characterization of the 1% of eligible sales goal as both the minimum floor that obviously is incorporated in the company's modeling, while also sort of characterizing it as a sort of aggressive and achievable goal. Do you remember that question from Chair Brawley?
Yes.
All right. Can I have you turn to page 11 of your direct?
I'm there.
You see that question basically, can you please update the commission on the status of the company's proposed enablers for DSM&E? Obviously, you list the enablers that the companies had proposed, but those enablers had initially been proposed as a mechanism for the companies to achieve its EE goals, correct?
Yes, we said that those were the enablers that were going to be necessary for us to achieve the long-term EE forecast, going back to the 23 and 2022 CPIRPs.
And those enablers were approved for the DSME mechanism review process, correct?
Across, I think the vast majority of them, yes, have been approved, not necessarily as part of the CPIRP, but in other dockets.
Separate, of course, yeah. Let's see. I think I might have one other question. So this is in reference to Commissioner Guido's question about how the companies are incorporating residential TOU rates and leveraging, I guess, the value of those. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
See if I can tee this up and frame it. Recognizing obviously the companies don't have good line of sight into customers that have storage systems that are not part of programming. So for example, PowerPair. You would agree that the company's forecast of those systems is correspondingly limited.
So I wouldn't say that the systems are limited. What we said was that for this CPIRP, because we didn't, as I said, the last customers to participate were the ones that weren't going to be on the demand response program. So what we're assuming is that we have a load shape that we know for our existing TOU customers. So we're forecasting that load shape in the long-term load based off of what we're seeing today. So that's how those customers are being incorporated. Once we have measurement and verification on this last cohort, but like I said, if they signed up in November or December, we need 12 months of understanding how they're using that storage with TOU rates to be able to really understand the impacts. So for the purposes of this IRP, it wasn't ignored, but it's assumed to be the existing TOU load shape because that's the best proxy we have today.
Okay, and I think that last sentence kind of gets at what I think will be my last question, which is that given that it's based off the existing customer base, it's possible that that forecast might be off in the future.
I would say it is highly likely that the impact of customers with storage could change over time, yes.
All right, no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions? Ms. Keyworth?
Thank you, Ann Keyworth for the public staff. Mr. Duff, Commissioner Guida asked you about TOU rates and their relation to grid edge programs, and I just wanted to ask, do TOU rate savings contribute to the EE portfolio of savings?
No, they do not.
So in other words, they're separate rate tariffs, not approved DSME programs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Duke?
No questions.
Sir, we'll see you on rebuttal. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll go on to offshore wind. And go back on the record. Good afternoon, Mr. McIntyre. Would you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand?
Sir.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chair Brawley, the commission, Duke Energy calls Mark McIntyre to the stand for the offshore wind panel. Mr. McIntyre, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Mark McIntyre. My business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas as the Environmental Policy and Affairs Director for North Carolina.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Sure. In my current position of Environmental Policy and Affairs Director, I'm responsible for external engagement on energy and environmental permitting and policy matters for the company's operations here in North Carolina.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 14 pages?
I did.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony at this time?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And your direct testimony did not include any confidential information, correct?
That's correct.
And did you also pre-file a summary of your direct testimony for the commission?
Yes, I did.
Chair Brawley, I ask that witness McIntyre's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of his direct testimony.
Okay, the direct testimony of Mark McIntyre of 14 pages and witness summary are identified and without objection are admitted to the record.
And witness McIntyre is now available for questions. And I would just like to remind the commission that he will not be back for rebuttal.
You're a fortunate man, sir.
Indeed, I am, sir.
Avangrid.
Yes, sir. Ben Smith for Avangrid Power LLC. Hello, Mr. McIntyre.
Good afternoon.
Mr. McIntyre, you described your position with Duke Energy just a minute ago, and it's fair to say that you're not an energy economist or a power systems planner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you do sit on the board of the Southeastern Wind Coalition. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And what is the Southeastern Wind Coalition?
I would describe the Southeastern Wind Coalition as an advocacy organization that seeks to educate third parties on the wind energy resource, whether offshore or onshore.
And are there any other utility members of the Southeastern Wind Coalition?
There are, yes.
And is Dominion Energy one of those?
I believe they are, yes.
Okay. Moving on to Duke's offshore wind status. Duke's entire proposed action on offshore wind for the next 2 years is to monitor. Isn't that right?
That is, I believe, what is represented in the near-term action plan, yes.
And would you consider monitoring the same as development?
I would not consider monitoring the same as development, no.
So it's fair to say that Duke Energy over the next few years is not intending to develop offshore wind.
I would say that's an accurate representation of what we're recommending in the NTAP, yes.
And would you say, well, I'll ask this differently. Monitoring does not advance Duke's readiness to build offshore wind, correct?
I mean, monitoring is what it sounds like. It's monitoring the market to better understand the potential opportunity for that resource at some point in the future.
But no steps are being taken to move forward towards developing something. Is that right?
Well, I would remind the commission that Duke Energy Carolinas does not hold a wind energy area lease. That lease is held by a commercial affiliate of the company. And so we are not in a position as a regulated business to initiate any development activities.
Okay. Mr. McIntyre, in the notebook, I believe it's just to your right, should have Avangrid Power LLC. I'd ask you to open up about halfway through, go past the confidential section to the public section to Avangrid Potential Judicial Notice Document 1.
Sorry, can you give me a second to pull it
Absolutely.
up?
And Commission, I did put notebooks up in front of you if there's any issues with the electronic version.
Sorry, Counselor, could you remind me of which exhibit?
Sure. It is the Avangrid Potential Judicial Notice Document 1 is how we've identified it. It is an August 11th, 2025 letter, and then subsequent filing, for Duke Energy Carolinas LLCs, Duke Energy Progress LLCs, notice of completed acquisition request for information, brackets public, on docket number E-100 sub 206. Mr. McIntyre, is that the document you see in front of you?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what you understand this document to be?
I've not seen this document before.
So in your testimony, you referenced the fact that Commission directed Duke to issue this acquisition request for information for up to 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the Commission authorized $1.4 million for that process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Duke spent about $450,000, which was less than 1/3 of the authorized budget. Is that correct?
I believe that is represented in testimony, yes.
So is it fair to say that since the end of the last IRP, Duke has expended approximately $450,000 towards potentially developing offshore wind?
I would offer that we have spent $450,000 in pursuit of the commission order to issue the ARFI. And the ARFI is not a procurement document. It's not a development document. It doesn't seek to initiate procurement or development. It was a information gathering exercise. So to the extent that that's how it's represented, that's what we've spent money on.
And have you spent any other money that you're aware of on either pursuing or developing offshore wind?
Again, I would remind the commission that Duke Energy Carolinas does not own a wind energy lease area. So we are not in a position to expend funds to develop a resource for which we don't have the rights to develop.
Okay. I guess I'll ask this since you opened the door a little bit. Have you all spent money pursuing third-party owned solar in that time?
I am not the right person to ask that question. I believe that we've just recently heard from a renewables panel that perhaps answered that question.
And you were in the room for that renewables panel, isn't that right?
I was.
And Ms. Farber did discuss a solar procurement from third-party owned solar, isn't that right? And in those procurements, Duke doesn't own any of the solar that they procure from third parties, isn't that right?
By definition.
So it is fair to say that Duke does take activities towards procuring technologies that they don't currently own.
I would say that's true. However, if you reflect on the conditions of 951, the piece of legislation that we're operating under now, that piece of legislation specifically directs the company to procure solar energy, and it stipulates ownership percentages of solar. It does not offer anything similar to that as it relates to other technologies. And in fact, I would go on to say that that piece of legislation specifically directs the company to own the technologies, the generation technologies that are utilized to meet customer load in the future beyond the solar split for third parties.
And just so I'm clear, and I realize we're chasing our tail a little bit here, but just so I'm clear, is it your position that Duke shouldn't expend monies to develop things that they don't yet own?
I'm here representing offshore wind, and I believe that we have submitted a plan to this commission that represents the most prudent, most reliable, cost-effective means of meeting load into the future. That plan, as it relates to offshore wind, does not include investments in that resource during the planning horizon.
Thank you. So talking about the ARFI, as we go back to that, the ARFI excluded power purchase agreements entirely, isn't that right?
It did, yes.
And would you agree that power purchase agreements are a standard procurement structure for third-party projects across the United States?
I would, again, just remind the commission that the legislation that directs the procurement of solar does not extend to the procurement of offshore wind. And so my view of, not being a lawyer, my view of the piece of legislation that directs this activity, it does not extend to power purchase agreements for other resources beyond those prescribed by law.
And would you say in your role with respect to offshore wind that eliminating an entire category of potentially lower cost proposals and PPAs could lift the pricing of offshore wind?
I can't represent the extent to which that is or is not true.
But the goal of the CPIRP is to provide a least cost path towards reliable and clean energy for future for North Carolina. Isn't that right?
It is indeed, and the belief of the company in making this filing is that offshore wind is not part of that portfolio.
And for the ARFI, as you recall, respondents only had about 3 months. From my calendar, it was January 29th to April 30th to prepare submissions for projects worth potentially billions of dollars. Is that right?
I believe we issued the ARFI to developers mid to late January and prescribed responses by mid to late April. So that works out to approximately 3 months, yes.
And initially, Duke did not proactively solicit a build-own-transfer or any joint ownership models, and the commission had to direct Duke to consider them. Isn't that right?
That is true.
All right. Despite that short time frame, 3 leaseholders submitted 8 proposals. So do you believe that indicated real market interest at the time?
I do.
And the 8 submissions that were put into the ARFI, and I'm not at all interested in going to confidential information, so please let me know if any of this will take you there. But those 8 submissions, according to your direct testimony at page 12, lines 7 and 8, exceeded the ARFI reference price. Is that right?
That is correct. They did.
And who set that reference price?
The reference price was developed in consult with public staff and with the independent evaluator, which this commission directed the company to employ in development of that ARFI. And so the reference price was developed really in collaboration with the independent evaluator. And my understanding is, although I will say I was not part of the ARFI team or the team that developed the reference price, but my understanding is that the public staff and the independent evaluator both had involvement in establishing the methodology for its calculation.
Thank you. And Duke declined to initiate the RFP based on the ARFI results. Is that right?
There were no submissions made during the ARFI process that were below the reference price. And so we believe that initiating an RFP as a consequence would not be a prudent decision, and developing offshore wind at this time would not be in the best interest of North Carolina customers.
And did Duke negotiate with any respondents to attempt to bring costs down before walking away?
I can't represent the extent to which those discussions either did or did not take place. I, again, was not part of the ARFI team.
And the entire ARFI process from the issuance to Duke's notice of completion lasted roughly 6.5 months, correct? And I can point you to the testimony where you make these assertions, page 11, line 6 and 7, or line.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that perhaps the process started in mid to late December when we had an initial meeting, as I understand it, with the development community. So including that time frame through completion of the report and filing to the commission, it sounds like it may have been a little bit longer than 6 months, but pretty close.
And would you agree 6.5 months is a short period of time to evaluate 2,400 megawatts of a new resource type for the Carolinas?
I don't know that I would necessarily agree with that. Kitty Hawk, the Kitty Hawk wind energy area has been held by Avangrid since 2013. So presumably the company has at least been considering development of that parcel for some time. So having had over a decade to think about it, 6 months doesn't seem like that that unreasonable.
One second. As I recall, they took possession of Kitty Hawk a little bit after 2013, but I'll let that lie for now. All right. On page 12 of your testimony lines 19 and 20, you mentioned that Duke's modeling assumes offshore wind is not available until 2037. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on page 13, lines 1 and 2, you called the 2037 date quote unquote aggressive. Is that correct?
I do recall that in our filing, we refer to the 2037 date as being aggressive. I can't find that in my testimony, but I am aware that we made that comment in I believe Appendix H of the carbon plan filing.
And what's the basis for the term aggressive? Did the developers say that, or is that something that Duke?
Yeah, I think so first of all, if you'll recall, the original ARFI requested certain amounts of offshore wind in service by 2034, and then again by the end of 2035. Based on the responses made by the development community, it was clear that it would be highly unlikely that those developers would be able to bring those megawatts into service by those dates, and 2037 seemed like a more reasonable date. But if you layer on top of the challenges of construction, the current policy landscape in the United States, the financial landscape for offshore wind in the United States, the supply chain landscape in the United States, it is unlikely that any of those things would be resolved in such a time as to allow a developer to begin construction and complete construction by 2037. We see this uncertainty persisting for at least another couple of years. We generally think of an offshore wind facility taking about a decade to build. So if you play that out, 2037 sounds aggressive.
But none of the ARFI submissions gave you reason to think that 2037 wasn't reasonable.
I can't represent what the ARFI submissions did or didn't assert as to being reasonable as it relates to 2037. Again, I wasn't part of the ARFI team, but just thinking about the landscape that we live in today, I would agree wholeheartedly that 2037 is an aggressive date.
The modeling now shows that offshore wind is not quote unquote needed until the early to mid 2040s. Is that right?
Again, you're asking a question about modeling. The modeling panel is probably the better.
I'm asking based on your testimony at page 13, lines 5 through 7.
Well, so if you could maybe, again, I'm not sure my testimony is the same. What section is that, please?
It is page 13. You state the beginning at line 3, through incorporation of the cost and schedule inputs, the range of modeling results. Okay.
Yep.
And it says the earliest need for offshore wind resources beyond the planning period in the early to mid 2040s.
That's what that says, yes.
Okay. Now that the high load scenario from Duke's perspective is coming to fruition, has that impacted your position there?
Again, I would defer you to the modeling panel.
Okay, so anything on timing with respect to coming in the plan should be at the modeling panel.
You're asking a question about modeling, and so I think modelers are probably the better people to answer it.
Asking a question based on your testimony, sir.
Modeling panel is the better person to answer that question.
All right, you describe on page 9 of your testimony, federal policies are creating quote unquote insurmountable barriers to offshore wind. This is page 9, lines 17 and 18.
I can't find it, but I remember it.
Okay, and the actions that you're referencing are executive actions and administrative orders, not permanent legislation. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And executive actions can be reversed by a subsequent administration. Isn't that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the January 2025 wind memorandum was issued by executive order, not by statute. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And the DOI review procedures you cite are departmental memoranda and not acts of Congress. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the BOEM stop work order on the Revolution Wind is the subject of an active legal challenge. Isn't that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And I'm going to ask you now to open up the notebook to Avangrid Potential Judicial Notice Document 6. And this is a document with a caption State of New York et al. Versus Donald J. Trump. Memorandum in order dated December 8th, 2025 in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a memo in order. Well, are you familiar at all with this memorandum in order?
I am not.
I'll represent to you that this memorandum in order reversed the January 2025 wind memorandum. Does that ring a bell?
It does.
And it's now subject to an appeal. But as we sit here today, it is currently the law of the land, so to speak.
That's my understanding, although I don't know that there's been any practical implication of quote unquote reversal. There has been, as I understand it, no progress made by DOE in issuing new permits for offshore wind facilities.
But projects that have already been leased and permitted are seeing progress. Isn't that right?
No, I would actually dispute that. So there certainly are projects that are under construction, but there are projects that have finished the permitting process that are now trying to weigh the benefits of proceeding to construction, primarily because of the fact that tax credits are in jeopardy. And so there are fully permitted projects that could begin construction, but probably can't begin construction in time to take advantage of tax credits. And so those projects are now sort of in question by the development community.
And are you familiar with the Coastal Virginia offshore wind project?
I am.
And that one is moving forward as far as you know, isn't that right?
It is moving forward, although you referenced CVOW in Virginia, the conditions under which that project was ordered to and has been developed are markedly different than those in North Carolina. In the case of Virginia and Dominion, they have something called the Virginia Clean Economy Act, which mandates the development of up to 5.2 gigawatts of offshore wind. North Carolina does not have any commensurate mandate. And so the conditions that are causing the development of that project are fundamentally different than North Carolina.
Sure. And we can agree across the country, different states have different laws with respect to what energy development pursuits they go through. Isn't that right?
There are certainly different goals in different states.
But there are also different laws, right?
I can't represent the extent to which there are different laws. I'm aware of the Virginia Clean Economy Act and I'm aware of North Carolina. I cannot represent anything beyond that.
Okay. All right. You testified the offshore wind supply chain remains nascent at page 10, lines 7 and 8. Given the fact that the CVOW project is coming online this year, and it's the largest offshore wind project in the United States history and one of the largest in the world, wouldn't it be fair to say that we're beyond the nascent stage?
I would completely disagree with that assessment. If you look at the sourcing for all of the turbine equipment for CVOW, none of it is manufactured in the United States. So to the extent that you're talking about supply chain that spans the globe, there probably is a supply chain that spans the globe. But there is not a domestic supply chain that makes this resource reasonable for North Carolina customers as the world exists today.
And do you think the supply chain would mature in the U.S. if utilities began to place more orders and drive the demand?
I think demand is a reasonable driver of supply chain development, yes. Okay.
The commission's order from the last CPIRP ordered the ARFI process to study 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind development, or I'm sorry, 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind, how would you put it? Seeking information?
I mean, I would maybe go a little bit beyond that, right? I mean, the intent of the ARFI was to seek, to the extent that developers were willing and able to provide it, binding information as it relates to cost, schedule, risk, financing, project layout. So I would say that it went somewhat beyond just a request for information.
And the actual CPIRP contemplated 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind generation coming into the Duke generation stack in the mid to late 2030s. Isn't that right?
The filing at the time did contemplate offshore wind, yes.
And that was the result of in part, a stipulation between Duke, the public staff, and some other interveners. Isn't that right?
My memory on that is foggy. I do remember that the ARFI was a consequence of a stipulation between a number of parties.
Thank you. And understanding Duke's responsibilities, have you heard in your role on the board of the Southeastern Wind Coalition or otherwise, how it's challenging to move forward with the development of offshore wind when there is no certainty or path to market available?
I have not, in board meetings that I've participated with the Southeastern Wind Coalition, much of the conversation has been focused on supply chain development. And frankly, I note that the Southeastern Wind Coalition is not exclusive to offshore wind, so much of the conversation is about onshore wind projects, largely in the Midwest and the Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, we have a separate onshore wind witness we'll talk about tomorrow maybe, but you can agree that for any industry, if there's no certainty, it's difficult to finance and advance new projects. Isn't that right?
You noted at the top of my testimony that I'm not an economist. I'm not really a business person. I'm an engineer. So I suppose that the lack of market certainty could compel someone to make a decision up or down about proceeding with a project. But beyond that, I can't speculate.
No further questions.
Mr. Smith, you did talk about 2 potential judicial notice, but you didn't request that. Do you want those judicially noticed?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I got distracted there at the end.
Okay, we'll take judicial notice of Duke Energy filing on August 11, 2025 in docket E-100 sub 206, and judicial notice of your potential exhibit number 6, U.S. District Court of Massachusetts, 25-CV-11221-PBS memorandum and order.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Sigfer.
Chair Brawley, we do not.
Thank you, sir. EDF?
I think the last lawyer covered all my questions.
He was a very accomplished attorney also, wasn't he? Said all.
Good afternoon, Manash Shemegger. Last witness also covered a lot of my questions, so this will be pretty short. Good afternoon, good to see you. Could you turn to page 14, lines 3 through 5 of your testimony, and just let me know when you're there?
I believe I'm there. I haven't had a great success in finding anything in my, so yeah, I believe I'm there.
All right. So here you note, and make sure I have this right as well. Just bear with me. Okay, you write, this potential resource will continue to be evaluated to understand operational risks, future cost effectiveness, and value as an option in the company's long-term resources plan. This potential resource, of course, being offshore wind. You see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Given this testimony and given your role at the companies, are you tracking the CVOW, South Fork Wind, and Vineyard Wind projects?
I am tracking at a high level those projects. I don't track them in tremendous detail on a day-to-day basis, but I'm generally familiar with them.
Okay. Are you familiar with the publication Utility Dive?
I've heard of them. I don't have a subscription. I don't read it on a regular basis.
Okay. Can I have you turn to tab 32 in the SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit notebook? It should be up there. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Sorry, which number was that?
So this is tab 32. Yeah, that should be it. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm there.
Okay, so this is an article about the cost estimate and fuel savings for the Dominion CVOW project. Is that right?
I don't know what it's about. The title says Dominion upbeat on offshore wind as cost estimates ease, sales rise.
Okay. And if you look further down, you might see, and this is a subheading, this is a quote from Robert Blue, whether it's a paraphrase or not, that this particular project could generate $5 billion in fuel savings over its first 10 years. You see that language?
I do see that, yes.
All right. Chair Brawley, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be identified as SACE et al. Cross McIntyre Direct 1.
Mr. Margarita, I'm having difficulty finding this in our, now, would you tell me what the potential cross exhibit, your number is?
It's 32. And I'm happy to bring up, I think we have a spare notebook that we brought up. Apologies about if it's a download upload issue.
I think, okay, this is Dominion upbeat on offshore wind as cost estimate eases.
That's one.
Okay, I do have that.
Yeah. And I'll just, Chair Brawley, this time I'd ask that this exhibit be identified as SACE et al. Cross McIntyre Direct 1.
Okay, SACE Cross McIntyre Direct 1, and it's your 32.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. McIntyre, you see that first, second full paragraph that starts with the project under construction? You see that?
I do, yes.
So CDOT project, and may be aware of this, began producing power in March of this year, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And skipping to the second full paragraph on the next page, page 2. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. And let me get. Do you see that statement? And actually, you know what? Let's skip that because we already talked about that briefly. Okay. So I'm not seeing that you sponsored portions of Appendix C, but did you help to contribute to some of the offshore wind assumptions for that quantitative analysis?
I don't believe I did.
You
No.
did not? Okay. Have you reviewed the Appendix C quantitative analysis?
I don't have specific recollection. I'm sure I've looked at it, but I wouldn't be able to recall anything from it.
That's fine. Let's move forward. I have like one other set of questions. Are you generally aware of the publication Canary Media?
I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware, generally speaking, you mentioned at the outset that you are generally tracking the performance or tracking the South Fork and Vineyard wind projects. You recall that?
I do, yes.
Were you tracking or are you aware of their performance during the Winter Storm Fern earlier this year?
I am not aware of their performance during Winter Storm Fern.
Okay. It's fine. Are you generally aware, I guess, given that, are you generally aware of the high capacity factor of offshore wind during the winter seasons?
I'm aware that offshore wind has a relatively high effective load carrying capacity during winter season.
And generally aware that the companies are a winter planning system at this time.
That's correct. Yep.
All right, no further questions.
All right. Were you going to seek to admit this exhibit?
Yes, and sorry for forgetting that.
I would
okay.
object to the admission of these newspaper articles. There's been no foundation laid. There's no one here who can confirm the truth of these evidence, and even Mr. McIntyre was not able to confirm anything in them.
Yes, Mr. Magaria.
Don't want to cut off counsel. In response, I discussed at the outset just substantiating whether Mr. McIntyre is generally tracking these projects, both during our exchange and also the exchange with counsel for Avangrid. He confirmed that he is tracking those projects. He is also generally aware of the utility dive publication. I think this general article sort of speaks to some of the value that he says he is tracking in his role as the environmental affairs manager. And so I think it's relevant for purposes of showing that offshore wind is a resource that can provide value to customers.
I would object that this article does not actually show that.
I think I know where we are on this one. It's kind of where we were before. Unlike the things we've taken judicial notice, this is quite authoritative enough for me to overrule an objection. What we're going to do is leave it identified as part of the record so that it'll be available on appeal.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how that's handled. I know that Josh our attorneys worked it out with the previous attorneys where we've had this, and we'll certainly want to protect your rights on this, but I'm not going to admit this as evidence.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess we will note, obviously, our opposition, I guess, and we'll just take it from there.
Yes, sir.
And no further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's see who else we got. Say said all? No, that was Say. Excuse me. Public staff.
Chair Brawley, we have no questions at this time, but would like to reserve the right to ask questions on commission questions.
Okay. Redirect.
No redirect.
Okay, Commissioner questions. Mr. McIntyre, your testimony details several federal policy and market activities that present offshore wind facilities from being developed. Do you have any updates on federal policy or market activities you would like to share with the commission at this time? And I'm assuming that's beyond anything that's already been mentioned.
Thank you, Chair Brawley, for that question. The only thing that I would offer is that, as noted, there still seems to be some struggle, if you will, at this federal policy level. It is true that the actions that have been taken over the last 18 months or so have been executive in nature, but the effect of those actions have essentially put a stop. In fact, I've heard the offshore wind market described as gridlocked at the moment and in contraction, to use another word. The development community, I think rightly so, is concerned that the expenditure of significant sums of money would not be in their best interest. And as it relates to North Carolina, I think as borne out by our filing and the CPIRP and our collective testimony, the inclusion of this resource and expenditures related to it at this time would not be prudent and not be in the customer's best interest. So it's a challenging time for the offshore wind industry. There's no question.
What are some of the lessons that were learned from the ARFI process, and what improvements or changes would you recommend?
I think one of the lessons that we took away that I, in particular, appreciated, and again, I'll caveat this by saying I was not part of the ARFI team, but I am aware that our independent evaluator, and I believe the use of an independent evaluator is probably a best practice. So I would offer that to the extent that an exercise like this happens again in the future, hiring a reputable independent evaluator to lead that work, I think makes an awful lot of sense. engaging in the dialogue with the development community while that ARFI is being developed makes a lot of sense. We did that, and to the extent that we could, we incorporated their thoughts and feedback in that document prior to its issuance. There was a meeting with the development community after that ARFI was issued to answer questions they may have had. The last lesson and perhaps best practice that I believe that I took from my understanding of the process was that independent evaluator was essentially the interface between the companies and the development community. So they ensured consistent communication to all of the three WIA leaseholders. So those are some of the things that I think serve as best practices moving forward and things that I would recommend we replicate in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from other commissioners? Commissioner McKissick.
Just to follow up on that last question from Chair Brawley. It's my understanding that independent evaluator, power advisory, they came up with methodology for determining the reference price. But there was concern raised about that methodology and whether it was a flawed process in developing the reference price. Are you familiar with that? The objections and concerns that have been raised, and because that would certainly have impacted whether any of the proposals came in might have qualified or met the standard for moving forward with offshore wind, notwithstanding the federal issues that subsequently developed.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I am aware, although I don't know the specifics, I'm aware that there was perhaps not a disagreement in methodology, but a disagreement in some of the calculations involved in the development of the reference price. But my understanding is the parties, and when I say the parties, the independent evaluator, the companies, I can't represent the extent to which this is true of the public staff, but I think in particular, the independent evaluator concluded that any differences would have been immaterial as it relates to the comparison of proposed pricing for projects and that reference price. And so in spite of any of those disagreements, none of the alternative projects would have come in below that reference price. So we believe that the independent evaluator's recommendation to not proceed with an RFP because of that was the right decision.
See, as I'm recalling, one of the proposals was within 10% or so of the reference price that was established. So it was pretty close. If that were indeed the case, would that change your thoughts or perspective?
So my concern,
yes,
my concern honestly relates to the state of energy policy, offshore wind policy, financing, supply chain. There are other factors that exist out there beyond just the relative percent difference between the reference price and an alternative that would impact a developer's decision to proceed with a project or our decision to proceed with an RFP. And I believe those extenuating circumstances that exist, particularly those that exist today, suggest that proceeding at this time is not right for North Carolina customers.
And there are those extenuating circumstances, I think, do in fact impact the landscape. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, questions on commissioners' questions?
Yes, sir. For Avangrid.
Yes, sir, Mr. Smith.
Mr. McIntyre, you represented that in response to questions from Chair Brawley, the challenging times of offshore wind. Are you aware of the Block Island project?
I'm generally aware of it, yes.
Are you aware that that project has come online in approximately the last 12 months or so?
Block Island, I believe Block Island was the very first offshore wind facility that came online, and it came online before COVID.
Are you aware of the Vineyard Wind project?
I am aware of the Vineyard Wind project, yes.
And do you know the capacity of the Vineyard Wind project?
The only thing I remember about Vineyard Wind is they lost a turbine blade a couple of summers ago that shut down the beaches at Martha's Vineyard. I can't tell you what the capacity of Vineyard is at this point.
806 megawatts, ring a bell?
I trust you, yeah.
All right, and are you aware that it became online in 2025?
I don't have that information, but
Are you aware of Revolution Wind?
I have heard of Revolution Wind.
And this is an offshore project off Rhode Island. Does that ring a bell?
I couldn't tell you where their parcel is, but I've
And-
heard of Revolution Wind.
Are you aware of the capacity of Revolution Wind?
I am not.
Is 704 megawatts sound right?
I couldn't tell you.
And are you aware that first power from Revolution Wind came in 2026?
I believe I have heard that, yes.
All right, we've talked about coastal Virginia offshore wind or CVOW, and the capacity for that is 2,640 megawatts. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yes.
And would it, are you aware that first power came from CVOW in 2026?
I think that's right, early 2026, yes.
And then are you aware of Sunrise Wind?
I have heard of Sunrise Wind.
And that's offshore Massachusetts and Rhode Island, is that right?
Again, I don't know specifically where the parcel is. It's in the Northeast.
And do you know the capacity of that project?
I do not.
Would 924 megawatts surprise you?
I trust you.
And are you aware that first power from that project came in 2026?
Again, I don't know when they first powered that project.
No further questions?
Are there any other questions on commissioner questions? Questions from Duke?
Mr. McIntyre, following up on Mr. McKissick's question about the reference price, did the reference price, was that at all used in the modeling in the CPIRP proceeding?
So that's a modeling question, but I'll do my best. My understanding is the reference price, there was no connection between the reference price and the integrated resource plan modeling. My understanding is that, and again, this will be a question that's best answered by our modeling team, but the LCOE for the purposes of modeling was taken from the submissions, the actual submissions made by the development community. The reference price was not connected to that modeling exercise in any way.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, are there any open issues we need to address today?
Just as I mentioned at the beginning, Mr. McIntyre will not be reappearing on rebuttal, so just ask that you excuse him as a witness.
Mr. McIntyre, so far you're the only person to hear this. You are excused.
Thank you, sir.
At this point, we are going to accept the gift of 7 minutes and adjourn early today. We will resume at 9:30. Thank you all for your attention and your patience today.